Good morning, Ms. Seagulls Ngube. Good morning, Ms. Powe. Good morning, Mr. Mkize. And good morning to you too, General. Please switch on.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair.
Before you start, Ms. Seagulls Ngube, I just want to touch on something with the General. I hope it will be quite brief. General, can you please go to file 4, page 54?
Of the statement.
Sorry?
Of the statement.
Yes, it's your statement.
Yes.
Page 54, yes.
Chair, you said file 4.
Did I say statement? Oh, no, I meant bank statement. Bank statement, sorry, General.
File 4.
File 4, it's your bank statement. Oh, please bear with me, General. General, please go to 44.
Page 44.
Yes, of your statement. And do you see that on the 18th of September, that's the date, there was actually an agreement between you and Mr. Madlanga that you had in excess of 50,000 rand. Do you see that? In credit.
On page 44.
Yes.
September, yes.
Yes, you see that.
Where there is a credit of
Balance, far right-hand side.
yeah.
Yes. You see that you had a balance in excess of 50,000 rand.
Of 75,000 rand.
Sorry?
At the end of the page.
Yes. It's in excess of 50,000 rand, General. Do you see it?
Yes, yes.
You see it, yes. Now, add to that, go right to the beginning of the statement. You will see there that it's indicated at the top, just before the heading, your transactions. You'll see that you had an overdraft limit of 44,000 rand. Do you see that?
Page 43, General.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
So that basically means that you had far more than you required to finance your the repairs to your son's car. That is, if you add what was in your own account in credit and also the overdraft facility that you had with the bank. Do you see that?
Yeah. My understanding here is the balance is inclusive of overdraft.
No. That's the credit. The 50,000 plus is the credit. That's your own money, General.
Yes. Okay.
So basically, all on your own, you had 94,000 rand available to you. You accept that? Or rather, in excess of 94,000 rand available to you.
I think
The 50 plus the 44, that gives you more than 94,000 rand. Do you accept that?
I'm trying to understand before I can respond.
Yeah.
Because even now, when I check into my account, it will show something over 200,000, but it will show when you go to the machine to say overdraft is how much, deducting from the whole amount, then the remainder is what is yours. The overdraft is money which you are paying monthly. That means you are owing that money.
No, General, how it works is, and it must be the same with your bank as well.
Yeah.
As the money goes down, the money in credit, as it goes down, and if you have an overdraft facility, the balance will then begin once you go beyond your own money. That is the money in credit. It will now start showing the balance as minus whatever amount by which you've gone beyond your own money. And at that stage, you are beginning to eat into the credit facility. Then you have negative balance, minus X amount, minus Y amount, and so on, until you are not able to transact once you hit, in your case, 44,000 rand. That's how it works on my understanding, General.
All right, I hear you.
So I go back to my question. You had available to you, inclusive of the overdraft facility, an amount in excess of 94,000 rand, General.
Yes.
Now, let's go to, which file is this? Let's go to file 2, page 35 of file 2.
35.
35 of file 2. Now, you see you've highlighted the credit by Mr. Madlanga, the credit of 70,000 rand into your son's account. Do you see that? It's the very first highlight out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of the 5 highlights you've made on that page, the very first one, it shows the deposit of 70,000 rand by Mr. Madlanga. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. And after that deposit, the amount is then 81,000. So there's the 70
Yes.
which is added to your son's balance, and the balance becomes 81,000. Now,
Yes.
look just above that. The amount reflected just above that credit on the balance side is 11,364 rand. That's the money your son had in credit in his own account. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the effect of that, if I add your son's amount to the 94 plus, is that between the two of you, you actually had in excess of 105,000 rand between the two of you. In excess of 105,000 rand. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And now, let's go back to the quotation. The quotation was only for 52,000 rand. Remember?
Yes.
And even if we take it higher, take it to the amount that you say your son was told verbally by whoever had quoted to the insurer, that quotation was 55,000 rand based on what you told us yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Now you have between the two of you 105,000, in excess of actually 105,000 rand, and there's a quotation at the most of 55,000 rand. You basically didn't need Mr. Matlala's money, correct?
Incorrect.
Why so?
As I indicated yesterday, I had a plan to build a wall back home and also at my house. And also we were renovating my dad's tombstone in March. That was in my plan. So hence I needed extra money to deal with that, knowing that in December I will be having in the excess of 130 to 150,000, which I can easily pay back the money which I could have loaned. So that was my reasoning behind all those.
But you were only to do that, if I remember correctly from yesterday, around March of the following year.
Yes, I indicated that March was the tombstone, and also on the 20th, I was going, remember that week I was on week, going to Limpopo, where we were doing the Thanksgiving ceremony with my brothers and sisters.
Now you keep piling on, General. You only told us about putting up fences here in Johannesburg, at your residence here in Johannesburg, and also at your residence in Limpopo. That's all you told us. Now suddenly we hear about a tombstone. Now suddenly we also hear about a Thanksgiving function with your siblings. Why is it that now that I'm saying, let me finish. Why is it that you start doing that piling on? Once I say that between you and your son, you actually comfortably had an amount in excess of 105,000 rand. Why do you keep adding and adding and adding? It appears to me that you are trying by all means to indicate to us that you were really in need of money.
Can I go to my statement?
Yes, please. Maybe you'll correct me. I may just as well be mistaken as to what justification you gave for wanting the money.
Page 48, paragraph
3,
1.
sorry, so 3 or 4.8? 3?
48, 48
thank
of
you.
81, paragraph 156.
Yes, yes, Chairman.
The Thanksgiving ceremony took place at my homestead in Sanin on the 20th of September 2024. That was not a party to celebrate my promotion. It was not funded by Madlanga. And in page,
So, sorry, which paragraph did you read from?
paragraph 156.
Yes. Now, General, you yourself say in so many ways that this was not funded by Mr. Madlanga, so you did not need Mr. Madlanga's money for this, so you cannot use this Thanksgiving function as justification for you wanting a loan from Mr. Madlanga. So you've discounted it yourself. Please take me, it sounded like you wanted to take me elsewhere. Please do so.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain what the commissioner was saying. I'm keeping on adding and adding.
I'm continuing to say so,
Yeah,
Commissioner. Let me tell you why I'm continuing to say so. That's because I do not understand this to read as justification for you wanting money to Mr. Madlanga. But now when I engage you and say, between you and your son, you had in excess of 105,000 rand, and therefore you did not need money from Mr. Madlanga. You say you did. And one of the reasons you give is what's this one? Is it that's the Thanksgiving? You refer to the Thanksgiving function. And I say, in your own words, you discount that as a basis for wanting money from Mr. Madlanga. So I repeat when I say you are now piling on reason after reason. I repeat my statement, it stands.
I disagree. I'm trying to explain to the commission that it's not piling. It's something which was planned, which was there, which that particular money you are referring to as collective mine, which was on balance. Some of the things I was going to use for it is that. That was my explanation, to show that I'm not piling things as I've been questioned. It's something which I mentioned it went to happen. I also indicated that from the 16th, I was supposed to be on leave, and I left on the 18th for Limpopo because I was having that ceremony on the 20th. And even if when I was questioned with the chats, I was explaining, when I received this, I was in Kimberley doing that and that. On the 18th, I met with Nkosi and gave him even my claims to go and take them there because I was leaving. So I'm trying to demonstrate that I'm not piling up something. It's something which was there. It's something which I took into cognizance when I took the loan. By the way, on my statement, when I read it here, as we were discussing with Mr. Madlanga, I indicated what I encountered. My child nearly lost the life of accident and what, and now I'm busy. When going back home, I'll be doing this and that to cover some money to assist him. And he offered to say, I can loan you the money. So that is how it happened. And to reach and what I borrowed initially from my side, it was what was told to my son to say it can reach 55. But on his advice to say, hey, things fluctuate, it can go higher and so forth, it's better you take the higher one. As you saying, you'll be having the money whatsoever. So There is nothing I'm piling up or adding up which was not there. It was there. And even yesterday when I was responding to the advocate, I said maybe it can feel like it was harsh to say I decide how I spend my money, because I have seen that I've got some commitments which I planned myself, and then this can help me do that. And in a short space of time, in a 3 months time, I will be getting my bonus. I can settle everything and be square. So the decision was based solely on that.
From what you've said a few questions back, so I basically understand you to say that you used money from your account for the Thanksgiving on the 20th of September. That's my understanding.
Yeah, also it was planned also to...
No, can you be direct, please, General? I understood you to say that you used money out of your account for the Thanksgiving ceremony, which was on the 20th of September 2024. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, some of the money.
How much did you use out of that account?
I think I used 14,000 to buy beverages.
Which you took out of that account?
Eh?
Which you took out of the account, from
Yeah.
what you've been saying?
Yeah, but
All
I
right.
mistakenly...
Because, and it has to be out of that account because I'm talking to you about money that was in that account when I'm engaging you at the level of the 105 plus, or rather, in excess of 105,000 rand, which you had between you and your son. It's in that context that you mentioned the Thanksgiving, and that you would use part of your money for the Thanksgiving on the 20th of September 2024. So the money must indeed have come out of your account. So
Yes.
that 14,000 came out of your account.
Yes.
Please show me where. Please show me the debit of 14,000 rand in your account. And remember, we are talking between the 18th and the 20th, because the 18th is when you ask for the loan. Please show me the debit. I can even go back and say even the 14th, when you first broached the subject of the loan. Show me the 14,000 rand debit. It can't be anywhere. It must be at page 44.
Yeah. On page 44, it's not showing, or since it came from my credit account.
Your credit account.
Yes.
Which one is it now? And you say we will see that debit of 14,000 rand in
Yeah,
that
they are
account.
linked, but here it is not showing on it.
But you are saying we will see that debit of 14,000 rand
Yes.
in preparation for the
Yes.
the
Yes, I can
Thanksgiving ceremony.
Yes. Give me my phone.
We can do that exercise over the tea break,
Okay.
General. So I think we can step off that for now. Now, the other functions or ceremonies. Oh no. You putting up the wall, the two walls in Johannesburg, or rather in Mogale City, is it? Am I correct? And then in Limpopo. That was to be in March of the following year.
Yes.
So the Thanksgiving is on the 20th of September 2024. The other two, March 2025, I'm sorry. Now, I just do not understand this idea that you need the loan when you yourself say that in December you are going to get in excess of 100,000 rand of your own money. why would you not have used that money for putting up the wall in 2025, in March of 2025? Make me understand that.
Yeah, as I indicated yesterday, if I used that money, I was going to be left with no money.
No, General. Not when between you and your son you have in excess of 105,000 rand. That's not correct. That's not factoring your overdraft. That's not factoring your own overdraft. And within a couple of months you're going to be, or rather you're going to receive in excess of 100,000 rand.
Yeah.
I just don't understand this idea.
I still repeat, Commissioner, that if I used that money by that time, let's say 55, but the cost all in all is 65. After calculating yesterday, and we got the list, my son calculated.
But you did not know that at the time. When you took the loan, you did not know that it would add up to 65. So let's forget about that. What you knew was that at the most,
it's 55.
It was
yes, it's 55.
55 years.
It's 55,000.
Yes.
Yeah, traveling home with my family of 6 with different cars also is money. So
when now?
Traveling home during that week of the 20th of September is also money. It's petrol, it's toll gates. I indicated it is interning. And also, my thinking that time was, I will be having money, the car need to be fixed so that he have something to drive to work, and then I don't want to use my money which I'm having, but I get an offer, and then which I'll pay at the end of December. I found it convenient for me. That was my thinking. So, yes, and I still stand by that thinking. Other person can think otherwise, but that is what I thought of.
General, what I've done now is to subtract the 55,000 rand, which you knew to be the cost for the repairs to your son's car. I've just subtracted that from 105. That leaves you with 50,000 rand. No matter how much it costs to travel to Limpopo, you still had enough funds, General. So I just do not understand you. Let me perhaps, so as to avoid moving in circles, that is the two of us, let me suggest this to you. So you chose the convenience in quotation marks, of borrowing money from a person that you knew at the time, and you admitted this yesterday when my colleagues engaged you, a person that you knew at the time to be alleged to be seriously implicated in criminality. So you chose the convenience of borrowing instead of using in excess of 50,000 rand that you had or that was available to you. So that is what you chose. What's your response to that suggestion?
Yeah, my response is this. As I'm repeating, to say I saw it convenient for me to use the loan and repay it and use the other monies for what I have intended to, irrespective of somebody says it's convenient or not. That was my thinking.
General,
may I finish, Commissioner?
All right.
Yeah,
I'm very sorry. I am very, very sorry, General.
That was my thinking, that I will be able to pay it sooner, and this was easier for me. So we've got different people, different households who decide issues simpler. But the worst thing which I am taking home now is the one that I agreed to say I decided to take a loan from a seriously implicated person. So that is the only thing I'm taking home. my decisions.
So by taking home, you're saying you accept that part
I
at
accept
least?
that point,
that part.
even though I take this serious implication with a pinch, because nobody was charged or any police brought charges against anybody. It was just allegations. But I take that home. But I'm not sorry for my decision. I took a decision as a man who was thinking that in that particular way that time. And I believe I've got the right to think like that as long as it is right.
I have serious problems with that, General.
Yes.
You have said you chose an option that was easier. And you chose that option because you knew that you would pay back soon. And thirdly, you say that these were allegations without Mr. Matlala having been charged. You seem to forget something very important, General, which is that, one, you are a police officer, and two, not just a police officer, but a very senior one, a general. Yes, Major General, but still, in terms of how you are addressed, all generals, from Major General to the full general, the commissioner, all of you are referred to as general. So you are not just a police officer, you are a general. You cannot seriously tell us that for you, you would have chosen this easier option because you knew you would pay soon, and also that these were just allegations in a situation where there had been no criminal charges. That cannot lie in the mouth of a very senior police officer, a general. Your comment?
Yeah, I think I also commented yesterday about it when it was said to me in a similar vein that I'm not condoning it or condoning police officers to be involved with people who are allegedly to be involved. But we live in a country, in a society where we'll have people having allegations and still being serving or doing something whom we still have to interact with. I also gave example of activists who have been convicted and out. I can even quote even ministers who are serving with conviction and so forth. So I don't know, does this apply only to me in the eye of the commission? It cannot be taken solemnly to say Shivir, whereas it is the society where we live in. People are every day having allegations. Some, they cannot be even be substantiated and whatsoever. And if a person is not charged as an accused, it becomes more difficult also to adjudicate as a person to say, who do you associate or not? But it's your choice to associate with a person. I repeated that as long as you are not doing something wrong or unlawful with that particular person, that is my stance, irrespective of how the commission feels.
So you're basically saying, no matter the nature of allegations of criminality, for you, that means nothing for as long as the person concerned has not been charged. Is that what you are telling us? It matters not that you are a police officer and a general to boot.
I'm saying I cannot associate with criminal doings.
Criminal what?
Criminal act with any individual. I cannot. But association or interaction sometimes is unavoidable. For example, I gave example to say yesterday I was labeled as assisting a friend who have bankrolled me and so forth. I said I was assisting a complainant. A complainant can come from all the spheres, irrespective of the status. So I'm just reiterating the same thing I said yesterday. But I hear the feeling, and the feeling out there at home to say the police cannot be seen as taking side of the criminals. Taking side, I will say, is when you become involved with them or protecting them from not the law not taking its taking place or taking against those particular perpetrators who have committed a crime, and of which I've done none of those. The only thing where it is been pointed now and then is that I borrowed money from a person whom had an allegation or a cloud hanging around his head. And I indicated I had a long relationship with him without knowing or without him having such or whatever. So I don't want to rehash that because I'll be told I should have maybe profiled him. And profiling a person also, there must be a reasonable cause. You must have suspicion of some sort. And I agreed to say, after hearing this, I should have checked, and I said I done some of the checkings and start moving away gradually. But the issue of the loan already happened. But as it may, it is in the hands of the commission to decide on the matter, to say, indeed, it is genuine what I'm saying, or I'm trying to reason myself out, or it was incorrect or unjust behavior of which I have done. So I will live with that.
Generally, you see, what I'm engaging you on is the very question whether this was a loan at all. Yesterday, on the two main occasions when I engaged you, I ended each one of those by suggesting to you that based on what I was engaging you on, it seemed to me that there was no loan at all. So that's the difficulty I have. So even on what I've just engaged you on, I say to you, you have available to you and your son an amount that's in excess of 105,000 rand. And my question is, why do you not use it? You say that that's because you were going to pay for a Thanksgiving function in September of 2024 and put up 2 walls in March of the following year. But thing is, as at the time that you borrow the money, if we subtract from what was available to you and your son, you are left with an amount in excess of 50,000 rand. And you have volunteered to this commission that in December, you were going to get in excess of 100,000 rand. So the walls in March cannot be a factor to you borrowing money in September of 2024 when you have available to you, after we've taken out the expenses for the repairs, you have available to you 50,000 rand. So I conclude this engagement with a similar suggestion as the two that I made yesterday, which is that it seems to me that this could not possibly have been a loan because you simply did not need the money. That's my suggestion, and I will end it there. But of course, you are entitled to respond.
I hear what the commission is saying, and I took note also of yesterday, which was inclusive of the quotation, and which I explained, and we provided even the OT number of outsurance to get all the details to say it exists. And I take your understanding of the quotation, not, even though it's not a quotation, it's estimate quotation. and that you don't take that before the quotation, the estimate was issued, a verbal one was issued. So those things will be covered. But as people, if we were thinking alike, I don't think maybe everything will be going well in the world. So as people, we think differently. But if the respect which made the commission to believe it was not a loan, I'm fine. We will take that on the other level. But I had my reasons, and I gave my reasons why I chose to take the loan, preparing for whatever, and it was within my reach to pay, and I paid, and it remained a loan which I paid. So whatever the commission is conceding to, or is considering, if it's based on the facts which is applicable to everyone, is fine. But I still believe I was within my right to think what I've thought and done what I've done, and I'm prepared to live with that, and whatever consequence, and going forward, I'm still saying I've done the right thing. As a man who was supposed to think in that particular time, I thought like that.
Thank you, General. Let me just make this observation. Whatever I may have said about the JBI quotation, and also what you were told orally, which I think you referred to as something from outsurance, whatever I may have said about that has now been superseded by what I've raised with you, which is, and I've actually used that higher amount, the outsurance amount or the oral amount. I've used that higher amount in my calculations that I've been engaging you on. So whatever I may have said yesterday about the quotations does not affect my engagement with you this morning. You still had 50,000 rand, in excess of 50,000 rand available to you after the 55,000 had been factored. I will leave it at that. I just want to say to you that it's not that important that there may be this issue around the 55 being oral or from outsurance and so on. I've actually factored it in the calculations I've been engaging you on. Any further comment?
No comment.
Thank
Just
you.
to highlight that there was no outsurance
Oh,
amount.
I may have misheard you then.
Yeah, there
you
was-
said oral, and didn't you
Yeah, the
refer to?
oral was the same
Yes, yes.
JBL, which after seeing
All right,
the
all right.
vehicle, they
All
issued
right,
that
all
one.
right.
There was nothing.
I
from
misheard.
outsurance.
It doesn't really matter. Point is,
Yes,
we're
yes.
both talking about the 55,000 rand,
Yes, yes.
and I've factored that in my calculations when engaging you this morning.
Yeah,
That's the important thing. And you say you have no comments on
Thank
that.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Just one point from me to add to what Chair said. Good morning, General.
Good morning. Chair.
Remember yesterday you said the car was not repaired immediately. It was repaired over a period of 2 or 3 months.
Yes.
Yes. And it goes to emphasize the Chair's point that you did not need a loan of 70,000 rands immediately, because 12 days later, remember we're talking 18 September, 12 days later, you and your son received your September salaries, and your prospects improved considerably from what your position was on the 12th of September. And we know from the statement that some of the parts were purchased in October. I think it was the 5th, if not the 10th of October. Some of the parts to repair the vehicle were purchased in October. So there really was no urgent need for a loan from Mr. Madlanga, because by the time you had to pay for the repairs and you had to pay for purchase of the new parts, you actually had your September salary which made your position even better than what it was on the date when the loan was given. Because when you needed to pay for what you needed to pay for, it was a lot higher, and I did the maths, and some of it I got it wrong as I was assisting the chair. But by the time the end of September came, your position was a lot better, and it continued to be even better in October, considerably better in November. And even when you sold some of your cattle, you then had the additional 20,000. Remember, that's still within the 3-month window. So your prospects were a lot better. And sitting here, we don't see why you needed a loan from Mr. Matlala in the first place, because there was no urgent need for a loan from Mr. Matlala. So I just wanted to add that to what Chair has said, and you can comment if you wish to do so. Then I will yield to the evidence leaders.
Yeah. It seems as if the money needed was only for the cow. There's no life, there's no food, there's no whatever which is done in the households, or my son is staying in a flat, is paying certain amount and so forth. But I will leave it there. That is your thought, but there were other commitments. And again, in order for you to build up for something which you are intending to do, which you just costing, you need to save more and fasten your belt so that when time comes, you can be able to execute what you aimed. So that was my intention. I'm not taking away whatever your analogy and checking on this, the whole setup on your own way. Yes, but my thinking will remain my thinking, and I stand by what I've done and decided.
Yes, General, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I was going to ask you just one question about the WhatsApp chats, but two things, now I have to start with two things that have come from your exchange with the chair. And you said something now, and it's a repeat of something that you said yesterday, the same things that you said yesterday, and I just want to make sure that I understand, on the one that I understand your position. You said to the chair, in the engagement with the chair, you asked, I think rhetorically, you asked the question, these concerns about mixing with people who have serious allegations of criminal conduct against them, is this something that applies to just me, Shibiri, and not to others? You remember that? I'm paraphrasing. You remember you said something like that? Do you remember, General, that you said something like that?
No.
You don't? Okay. The record will reflect that you did, and I'm going to ask you the question anyway on the basis that that's what you said. Do you consider that perceptions, do you accept that perceptions matter, that a senior official, and not just for a senior official, any police officer for that matter, but maybe especially so for a senior officer who is also head of organized crime in the country, do you consider that do you accept that perceptions matter when the public sees you keeping the company and friendship of people who in the public space are accused of serious misconduct? Yes, they haven't been charged, they haven't been sentenced, but serious allegations are made against them of criminal conduct. Do you accept that it matters to what people think about that police officer, and in fact, faith in the SAPS as a whole? Do you accept that as a fair proposition?
Yeah, I accept, depending on the level of coming together or whatever happens. I accept.
You accept?
Yeah,
All right.
because I accept the perception out there. If ever they see you, for example, in assisting your statement, is seeing the police van always parking at a place where they say drugs have been sold, it becomes otherwise. Yeah, so the perception will be the police who are going there, they are corrupt, they are going to collect. Yes, it is like that.
Okay.
But do we need to brush everyone with the same brush?
Do you, I'm not sure what you're answering. Maybe let me repeat my question because I'm not talking about a police van that is parked. I'm talking about if the public becomes aware that you are friends. And when I say you, I mean every police officer. But in this case, we are talking, the specific facts we are discussing are you. Where the public becomes aware, as it has now become aware through your evidence, that you are close friends with Mr. Matala, that you have received the benefit of a loan, what you say was a loan, from him. The public now knows that you actually do provide assistance. You justify it, well, this is assistance that I would have given to any member of the public. But knowing the facts, as you have testified to, at least that you have considered about your relationship with him, do you accept that in the eyes of the public there may be an issue for concern, and it is something that must concern you because it impacts on what people think about not just you, but also the SAPS? And I thought this issue, you had discussed it and considered with Commissioner Khumalo yesterday when he spoke about the families who now know that you're friends with Matala. I thought you accepted that you understand how that could create a problem in the eye of the public. But this morning when you speak to the chair, you walk it back. You say, well, what does it mean? Does it mean just because accusations are made against them, we must not associate with them? So I want to understand what your position is, in fact, because I thought I understood it.
Yeah, I tried to give an example so that we take this thing on perspective of how it is, because it's not similar.
Yeah, General, I don't mean to be rude. I am going to ask you not to use an example because I've asked you a very direct question. And I think it's, if your position is no, it's unfair and unreasonable for the public to form a view because of my association with Matala against the SAPS and against me. That is your answer. I just want to clarify it because I thought yesterday I understood it, that you appreciated the impact of that association, the potentially negative impact of that association. But this morning you seem to speak differently, so I'm just seeking clarification. So please do not answer me with an example because it will simply make me repeat the question.
Yeah, I think it's what I explained to Commissioner Khumalo yesterday, to say it will be wrong for the public to take a view based on one incident and then combine them to be one thing. I even gave example of this comes from long way and criminal actions happened later. And now I'm still in that one, even though I'm for where I'm standing now, because of what happened, because of what he involved in, we no longer friends or whatsoever. But I explained this, exactly that question to Commissioner, to say this relation, it was long, and this, now you got evidence now of what unfolded, and who is this person, what did it happen, and when did I become to see it, and so forth. So I indicated yesterday it will be unfair, because it will be unfair in a realistic world where we're living with people.
Okay, I think I understand your answer.
Yes.
Secondly, again, that comes from your engagement with the chair. It's a repeat of what you said yesterday. And this was from an engagement with me yesterday about the assistance that you have given to Mr. Madlanga, and that, in my view, it's because you were his person. And you answered this way yesterday, and you repeated it this morning to say, well, you assist citizens and who come to you asking for assistance, and Mr. Madlanga was no different in this case. Can I just ask this, which I think was lost on you yesterday in our engagement? The citizens that you are referring to, when they come and seek assistance from you, do you let them pick the police officer that must assist them, as Mr. Madlanga did when he picked that he wants Mr. Nkosi to be the one that goes to assist? Is that how you operate? That when I come to you and I say to you, I have this problem, but I don't want anyone else but that police officer, is that what you do in the normal course?
Not necessarily what we do, but it happens that the complainant will come and say, we don't want this particular investigator because of 1, 2, 3. We want our case to be dealt by this one because he was doing better than this one. This one is giving us feedback. Or we want our case to be removed from the district to province, or from the station to head office. I can give example of one case in Paarl, whereby they demanded that the case must be brought to head office under cold case investigation, which resort under me. So it happens that somebody can suggest, but it's not always where it will happen. Sometimes we can say we are having another versatile, experienced investigator who we think can do better. And again, sometimes it depends on the resources. And again, it depends on the type of a case, what needs to be done thereafter. So when you need to do the 252A, it's not everybody who knows, but those who are at organized crime knows better because they are doing it on daily basis. So I was speaking from that perspective, but not to say everyone who comes must choose his own and whatsoever. But people always will report to somebody they know, being friends or not friends or whatsoever. Some they just know there is a general shivir. Somebody from KZN can phone me and say, I need assistance on this, knowing I will still refer them to KZN, or go to KZN, sit down with the team from KZN, do the investigation plan, sit with the family and indicate this is what we are going to do going from there. So as I was saying, I think I was doing my legal duty. It was in that premise.
Did Mr. Madlanga tell you why he wanted Mr. Nkosi, Sergeant Nkosi, to be the one that goes with him? Because that's really my question. It is, you're giving many examples. That has nothing to do with the kind of question that I'm asking. You testified yesterday that you involved Sergeant Nkosi because Mr. Madlanga, after you said to him, go to the police station, Mr. Madlanga said, I want Nkosi to go with me. And then you told Nkosi to go with him. That's why I'm asking you, do members of the public who have access to you get the same treatment where they ask you to give them somebody specific, like Mr. Madlanga did, and then you oblige them? Now, in the long explanation you have given or answer, you say, yeah, members will come and say, I don't want that one for reason A, B, C, D. Did Mr. Madlanga say to you, I want Nkosi to go with me to go and lay this complaint as you advise about this Kaula matter? Here are my reasons for wanting Nkosi.
Yeah, I think I said this more than 4 times, that Madlanga actually said, if Nkosi is not busy, he will appreciate if he assists him. And I said, I will phone Nkosi and hear from him, then he will call him if he's ready. And that is what happened.
So he didn't give you a reason why Nkosi should go with him?
No, he didn't give me instruction as the commissioner is alluding to. He didn't give me instruction.
No, I'm not saying instruction in general. Please listen to my question. Did he give you a reason why he wants Sergeant Nkosi to be the one that goes with him? after you said to him, go to the police station. When he says to you, if Nkosi is not busy, I want him to go with me, which you then actioned, did he tell you why he wanted Nkosi to be the one that goes with him?
No, I indicated due to the proximity of him and Nkosi. I indicated that yesterday.
Okay, so he wanted Nkosi, according to you, he wanted Nkosi to go with him because they are friends. That's what you mean by proximity?
I think I've answered that because I'll keep on changing my answers now.
Okay.
Based on the questions.
All right. Then let me go to what would have been my question, and that relates to the WhatsApp messages. When you end up, in fact, specifically, it's still to do with how this loan comes about. Your testimony is that you last saw Mr. Matala in 2023, and then you see him, I think, on the 14th at General Sibia's function. Now, before you meet him at General Sibia in September 2024, had you had a discussion with him about attending that function?
No.
You hadn't? Had
No.
you? Okay.
I didn't even know about it. I knew about it on the, I think on the 13th. It was Friday.
Okay.
Because I came back from China on the 12th. And on that Friday, I was so tired, then I was sleeping.
Yes.
Hence, other documents were brought home to be signed. So I received a call from the general indicating that there will be a engagement party of his son. If I could, he will appreciate if I come. I said I will see if I'm not still yet tired because I'm still feeling tired. And during the day on Saturday, I spoke to Nkosi, who seems to be there by the general assisting, asking if I'm coming. And I said, yeah, I think I'll come, but I'll decide in the afternoon. And then in the afternoon, that is when I decided. And then I requested my wife so that we can go and make a tent there. That is on the way I had a puncture, and then I again phoned Nkosi and the other people to assist. They couldn't assist. I phoned Absa Direct to come and assist me.
Okay. So Sergeant Nkosi knew that you were going to be attending this function?
I take it so because he was with the general and he asked me if I was coming. So
Clearly he knew that you're coming.
Yeah, it is very difficult to say because he asked me if I'm coming telephonically when he was there with the general. I don't know what they talked with the general.
Yes.
Yes.
No, but the point I'm trying to establish with you is, even on the basis that he asked you if you're coming, you would have answered that, yes, I will be there.
I answered to say I'm coming.
Yes, that's all I'm seeking to clarify at this point. And in that discussion, whatever discussion you had with Sergeant Nkosi about him asking you, are you coming, and you said you are coming, you would be attending the party. Did you have any discussion or mention of Mr. Matala attending that function?
No. Not
at all?
No, he asked me when I was there if Matala was there.
Exactly where I'm going. If you would turn to page 190 and you have seen that text. Sorry, it's 5.3.
It will be volume
Page
3.
5.3, the big one, the big 5, yes. Page 190.
Page 5.3.
5.3, page 190.
190.
If you look, and you're referring to chat 3, if you look at that chat 3, you ask General Sergeant Nkosi rather, you at 8:03 p.m. you ask him, where are you? You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay. And then he responds to you. He says, 30 minutes, I'm there. You see that?
Yes.
And then you say to him, Night Rider. And then at chat 6, he says to you, Cat has arrived there. And then you say at 7, I don't see him. So why would he tell you if there hadn't been any discussion or any mention between you and him? Remember, this is Matlala that you have not seen in a year. And so I don't know why Mr. Nkosi would think you're interested in seeing him if you haven't seen him in a year, and that's subject to your explanation. If you're speaking about a person you haven't seen in a year, you happen to come to the same party, you haven't discussed it with Sergeant Nkosi, why would he tell you that Cat has arrived? And I would like to hear you before I make a proposition to you.
Yeah.
And then your answer is, I don't see him.
Yeah, my understanding here of this chat is you was asking me if Cat has arrived, irrespective of how this English was framed. Remember, I asked, where are you? He said 30 minutes away, because I was expecting to get him there. Because I was stuck with a vehicle and I was still fixing, and he said he went out, he's coming back, and then when I arrived there, I didn't see him. And I said Night Rider because of check-in time, meaning you likes going in the evenings, because I mean it's 8. If we expect 9, 10 to leave, then you'll be arriving at your own time. So this one, I took it as if he's saying Cat has arrived there, or as an answer, because I'm already there. Then maybe if he's arrived, I will be able to respond to say, yes, he's arrived, he's there.
So you
that is how I took it.
So you say this was a question, not him telling you that Cat is there?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay, all right. It's not a question, General. He's reporting to you that Cat has arrived there. That's what he's telling you. Cat has arrived there. He's telling you that Cat is there. And my question is, why would he tell you if there had not been a discussion between you and him about Mr. Matlala attending the same function? Why would he tell you that Cat is there, has arrived?
Unless Kosi comes and confirm what you are
Yes.
saying, I'll take it. For now, I understand what I'm asking this thing.
Yes, I must say, when he testified and he was asked about this question, he's never said about this, he didn't say it was a question to you. You're saying it was a question, he didn't say it was a question. But here's my proposition about this exchange to you. It is that when you say you hadn't seen Mr. Matlala or not spoken to him since 2023 up to that evening, these are my propositions, and I may be wrong. It's for you to say to me, you're wrong, this is in fact the correct story. That in fact, you knew he was going to be attending, Mr. Matlala was going to be attending that evening. That's what I want to propose to you. Because it doesn't make sense that someone you haven't seen in a year, according to you, the very night you see him, you ask and he gives you a loan. You agree to get a loan, or he offers you a loan and you accept it. It just doesn't make sense that things would have happened that way. So the proposition I'm making to you, and I'm saying this WhatsApp exchange supports or accords with the proposition that I'm making to you, that you knew Mr. Matlala was going to be there that evening, either because you have spoken to him or you've spoken to Sergeant Nkosi. You knew he was going to be there, you expected him to be there. Sergeant Nkosi knew that you know he's going to be there, that's why he reports to you. As you ask him, where are you, he tells you Cat is there already. There had been a discussion, therefore, between you and Sergeant Nkosi about Mr. Matlala arriving that evening. And when you saw Mr. Matlala that evening, it wasn't a surprise that he was there. You expected he would be there. And this conversation about a loan, if it happened that evening, it's something that was going to happen because you had spoken to Mr. Madlanga and you expected him to be there that night. It's no coincidence to you that you all happened to be there that evening. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, I have serious problem with these propositions actually. Because it seems whatever somebody is saying, it doesn't make sense, always. The sense is what is being thought from the commission side. And then the fiction is made and made a proposition. It's problematic with me in this sense. I said I saw Madlanga physically for the first time on the 14th. I didn't say we never communicated telephonically. I did even indicate in September when going to China, he asked me where I'm traveling. I was so amazed to say, how do you know I'm traveling? And then that is when I knew he's got contract with SAPS because he said he's doing that. And and also I did indicate that at the beginning of the year, he indicated that he had, I'm back in the office, he was there around our office, he could have passed there. So what I'm saying is, I didn't know that Cat is invited, he will be there. I was invited by the general to be there. I have spoken to Nkosi earlier on asking me if I'm coming, I said I'm coming. And I had a puncher with a buggy where I needed assistance and I had to ask for Upside Direct to assist me. I arrived there around past 7 to 8. And when I arrived, I indicated, when you enter, there is a sitting place which is made of glass where these people who were engaging were seated. At the corner there, like a pool a place to sit, that is where the generals were seated. I went to the left, in the middle is a swimming pool, and there is a small place that other side. I went to the left, greeted the DNC, and then I passed where the kids were sitting, went to the generals, greeted them, and then I went and sat there with two couples who were speaking in Sikos. Then later, General Fani came to sit there, and then late in the evening, Advocate Chauke came and sat with us. So that is why I take this as a question asking me if he has arrived there, because he knew he was arriving, not to say I knew and it was not a surprise. And he was not seated where I have seated. Where I have seated were limited people, maybe 6. And he came from that other side where the other generals were seated with Generals Ntumule to coming this side, to come and greet. And then I don't know if he saw me or whatsoever, but he came and greeted and we stood, we talked. And I never said in that talk, I proposed a loan. We talked about the accident and how I'm going to get some monies to do that because I don't have enough, I'm going to do this and that and that. And he offered. So to the proposition that I knew that he will be there as if there was a pre-planned meeting with him, I was going to see him. This is what I'm insinuating, this is why I'm saying I've got problem with these propositions, but I think it is your work which allows you to do that because you are probing, you want to know the facts, but nevertheless what we are explaining, it seems not to be taken true.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, this is not even my topic, but I'm going to insert myself. If you go to your witness statement, and you can blame the Commissioners for this, not me. If you go to your witness statement, which is file 1, page 48, in fact, if we can start on page 47 at paragraph 151. Do you have it?
Paragraph 1.5,
1 of your statement on page 47.
okay?
Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
You say approximately 4 days later, on 18 September 2024, Mr. Madlanga contacted me to inquire whether I had managed to raise the required funds. I informed him that I had not yet succeeded and that I was traveling to Limpopo at the time. We then agreed he would advance me a personal loan by depositing the money directly into my son's account, as my son was responsible for arranging the vehicle repairs in Gauteng. Go to the next page, page 48. Paragraph 156. This is where you deny the allegation about the Thanksgiving. You say, the Thanksgiving ceremony took place at my homestead in Zanin on 20 September 2024. It was not a party to celebrate my promotion and it was not funded by Mr. Madlanga. And that is in response to the allegation made by witness C that during the interrogation of Mr. Madlanga, he had made a link between the two of you and had suggested that he had funded the Thanksgiving, or that he had funded some celebration for you. Do you recall that?
Yes, actually, he said Madlanga deposited 80,000 to
Yes.
my account, which I got angry and sent it back.
Correct.
Yes.
Now, go to witness C's statement, which is in file 3, item 85. Yes, item 85. So you'll see it's labeled file 3. It should be the last item actually of that file. It starts 85, but you want to go to page 362. File 3. Do you have it?
I'm at 81,
Page 362.
362.
Yes, it should be the last, it's probably like 4 pages from the bottom of that. I think somebody needs to assist the general, please.
I'm getting there. I'm at 365.
362,
Yes.
paragraph 116. This is witness C's statement. It says, General Shabiri, Mr. Madlanga told us that he gave General Shabiri 80,000 rand. The money was sent to him in celebration of his promotion to the rank of Major General. The funds were paid through a company called Black AK Trading. He explained that General Shabiri reversed the money back to him and requested that it be paid to him in cash in order to limit a paper trail. Now, if you go to his file 4, and we are going to page 60, I think it's page 50, from page 63. It is CJC 97. It's page 63. It is, do you see the covering page? It has between IO and Major General Shabiri.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is part of the recording of the interview between witness C and Mr. Madlanga in May of 2025. And if we go to, oh, sorry, it's the one before that, my apologies. It's on page 60, not 63. Page 60, do you have it?
60 of,
Yeah, 60 of the same document, same bundle. The document starts on page 58. So just go to 58.
sixty of the big one, eh?
No, that same one, file 4.
The same one?
File 4.
File 4.
Go to page 58. Can somebody assist the general, please? File 4, page 58.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is the recording of the interview that was held with Mr. Madlanga when he was arrested in May of 2025. And I won't read the whole thing, but if you look at line 10, you'll see indicated on the side, it's line 10. Mr. Madlanga says DNC is Sabia, and then the unknown male says, who did he send? Mr. Madlanga, General Shabiri. So this conversation relates to Mr. Madlanga speaking about you. If you look at the last line, unknown female, General Shabiri is calling you direct and you call each other. And then on the next page, Mr. Madlanga says, yes, he called me even Friday. And we know that that relates to, you recall that there was a WhatsApp call between you and Mr. Madlanga, or you attempted to call him, or actually did get hold of him a few days before he was arrested. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you go to the unknown female, yes, Mr. Madlanga. Then after, I did not pick up. Unknown male 2, yes. Unknown female, for what? Mr. Madlanga, he is also used to me a lot. Unknown female 2. And I saw an account number, a business account number going to him. Then if you go a few lines just above line 20, where it says unknown male, do you put money for him? Mr. Madlanga, no, I give him cash. Then the unknown male, you did not. And the unknown female says, what was the account? Mr. Madlanga, I remember one day when he was, that one I am not denying. I am not saying I am not. The unknown male, yes, no, that is fine. He says, Mr. Madlanga, he was celebrating that thing when he was general. And then on the next page, unknown female, unknown male 2, yes, Mr. Madlanga. And then he went to somewhere in Zanin. It was not his account. Unknown male, yes, Mr. Madlanga. He gave me an account to say he wants to buy alcohol. I think I gave him something like 80 or 100. I do not remember. Now, Mr. Madlanga, and I'm going to put this proposition to you. At this point, Mr. Madlanga, I'm suggesting to you is referring to the same 70,000 rand that you are referring to. Sorry, Mr. Madlanga.
Do you mean Mr. Madlanga or General Shabiri?
I'm saying that Mr. Madlanga in this conversation is referring to the same 70,000 rand General Shabiri that you are referring to. He's not certain of the number. He's saying it was 80,000 or 100,000. And he says that he wanted to buy alcohol. And you recall that you had referred earlier on to you needed money for beverages. And you were talking about a celebration that you were going to at home in Zanin. Do you recall that? And you are denying that it was for the celebration. And you say the celebration was 20 September 2024. Correct?
Yes.
And the payment was made to your son of the 70,000 rand. When was that? 18 of September 2024.
Yes.
So while Mr. Madlanga might have the amount incorrect here, referring it to 80 or 100,000, he is saying that it is not into your account, and we know it wasn't your account, correct? The money was not paid into your account, it was paid into your son's account.
But where he's saying he sent it to my account, I refuse.
No, he says it was not his account, and then he went to somewhere in Zanin. It is not his account. Do you see? On page 61, Mr. Madlanga.
Yeah, but where you started at point 10, he said at some point I sent to him.
Wait, no, he's saying at the top, the money that he sent, it wasn't to your account. It is not his account. Then the unknown male says, yes, he says, Mr. Matlala, he gave me an account to say he wants to buy alcohol. I think I gave him something like 80 or 100,000. Now, he's telling you at the top, he says he went to somewhere in Zanin. Is that not consistent with your evidence that the call was when you were on your way to Limpopo? Was that not your evidence?
Yes, but before I answer that, I'm taking you back where you started. Because now you choose what you want to ask
Okay.
on and then don't want to correlate with everything which was said.
No, please let me know where I've gotten it wrong.
No, I'm not saying you got it wrong.
Then please
Where I
clarify.
started with Shiviri,
Yes.
where he say he did send to him.
Where General, which page are you on?
Paragraph 10,
On page?
page 59 where we started.
Okay. Yes. I'm at 59.
Yeah, he there under paragraph 10 where he said, who did you send? He said to General Shiviri.
Yes, he's referring to something else there. That's why I just wanted to show you your name to show that this conversation is about you. If you go to the start of it, he says, unknown male, so you saying this matter of Northwest, you do not know who it is. You know that they are involved. And he's speaking about the DNC sending someone in respect of that aspect.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with your loan. The loan issue starts at the bottom where the unknown female says, General Shabiri is calling you direct and you call each other. And then on the next page, Matlala says, yes, he called me even Friday. And then he says, that is someone who he's also used to me a lot, meaning you know each other. And then the unknown male says, I saw an account number, a business account number going to him. In other words, there's money going to him. That is what the unknown male says. Mr. Matlala says him sending to you. In other words, he's talking about the money coming back, you paying the money back. Do you see that? Because at that stage, we only know that part because they are referring to Mr. Matlala's information. They don't have your son's bank statement at that stage. As the chair indicated to you yesterday, when we get the information, we only see the payment that you made. We don't even know what it relates to. So we're wondering why you paying Mr. Matlala, right? It's you that volunteers the information in response to an allegation that Mr. Matlala made that he funded a celebration. And you saying it wasn't a celebration, it was a loan, and that explains the payment back into his account. And then you tell us about the flip side of the transaction, i.e. he paid the money into my son's account because my son's vehicle needed to be fixed. Mr. Matlala never refers, I'm suggesting to you, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as insofar as we know, do you confirm that there is only one transaction of any of the companies of Mr. Matlala or Mr. Matlala himself transferring money into an account connected to you, and by that I mean your son's account? There's only one such transaction you're aware of, correct?
Yes,
And that transaction is for the 70,000 rand.
yes.
And do you agree with me that when he is interviewed on page 61, he's not sure of the amount? He says, I think I gave him something like 80 or 100,000.
How can you not be aware of the money you transferred from your account to another account?
Okay.
And again, the other thing is Mr. Matlala knew that the account is for my son. And I gave him that account in order for him to transfer the money to that account, and I indicated it's my son and the names were given to him. And for that reason. And you could see that the money was used for what, even though there is some disbelief, but even though it is shown, which your investigator is going to follow up. But the truth is, which cannot be probable, is that Matlala didn't know to whom did he put the account to. He testified at ad hoc to say the money was given to my son, deposited to my son, and again, it was a loan to me. is what he said with his mouth. So I don't know these other things that he gave me 80,000, I become angry, immediately send it back. I paid the money after 3 months.
Yes, you see, General, the thing is, when Mr. Matlala gives the version before ad hoc about the loan, that is after everything has now, the cat is out of the bag. This is contemporaneous as we're going to find. It is May 2025. He's been arrested, right? There is no 6 July statement by General Mkwanazi yet. Everything is not open yet. He's being interviewed. He wants these investigators to know that he is connected. And he's telling them, one of the people I'm connected to is General Shabiri. I'm used to him. I gave him 80,000 or 100,000. He's being interrogated or interviewed while he's being arrested. He doesn't know the exact amount like you know with the benefit of the documentation. So when he says 80,000 or 100,000, what he is certain of is that it was not your account, and what he is certain of is that you were going somewhere to Zanin. In Zanin. That is what he was saying, which is consistent with your evidence, except you now classify it as a loan. And I'm not suggesting to you that is something for the commissioners to decide as to whether it was a loan or not. But I'm saying the person that's advancing the loan to you when he's interrogated or interviewed by the investigating officers, he does not classify it as a loan. He classifies it as a loan long after. And he does that probably for your benefit because you've now classified it as a loan after the fact. That's all that I am putting to you. Do you want to comment on that?
When he said that, I didn't yet testify. I didn't know what I am going to say. What I can tell you, what I like about what you are saying he's been interrogated. And you know what is interrogation. And again, I'm responding because it's the questions before the commission in respect of the commission, but I don't respect this. I don't respect this is in front of me whereby the insinuation somebody was interrogated for hours and being recorded by a junior member, which is not in terms of the law or any other procedure. And I don't know how was it this told to say or whatever happened. So I don't want to venture into that. I'll continue answering you. But I'm answering you to say, yes, Matlala knew about me going to Zanin because we met 2 days before we went. Other than that, he knew I was going to go to Zanin before even I tell him, because when we talked, he talked about that. But he maybe deliberately, he misled them to say he paid how much and whatsoever because he was being coerced. But the fact of the matter, he knew that he paid the money to my son. And he had the name of my son. He's having the slip which he sent the proof of payment. So what you are insinuating to say he didn't know, he might have forgotten whatsoever, it's not there. He knows where the money went, he knows what was the money for, and you have seen what the money was used for. So, but because you are pushing your own narrative, you will continue with that line of questioning.
Well, General, I'm not pushing a narrative. All that I am putting to you is what Mr. Matlala says. Now, you may say that it was done under duress or whatever. The point is, what he confirms, which is consistent with your version, is that you went somewhere in Zanin. He also speaks about the issue of the celebration. So it's either another coincidence that the payment is made 2 days before your celebration on the 20th of September. He also knows about the celebration. Is that not more consistent with you getting the money for that purpose as opposed to for the vehicle for your son, to repair his vehicle?
But really, let me use the right word. Really, it doesn't make sense because there is money which showed in my account of my son, money showing paying for parts and whatsoever. And you still insist, I don't know for what reason. Unless Matlala comes here, you said Matlala comes here, you asked him, he told you so. But I told you, I'm not going to take this. You can take it as a way or how you wish, but I'm not taking this as evidence.
I accept
And
that, General.
I'm not going to take this as evidence, something which is not taken proper, coerced or whatever, or choreographed and so forth to suit the narrative of whoever. But I gave you a bank statement showing Madlanga depositing money to my son, which I gave to him. He didn't have it. So if I wanted to use it because I was in Tzaneen, I could have given him my account or my sister's account to access the money and use the money there. So I didn't do that, and you have seen where the money went. But the insistence is those propositions which is in this house, that the narrative, nevertheless, how it must be pushed in a certain direction.
Well, General, we are trying to do a fact-finding here. So we go with what we see, and we put the proposition for you. And of course, you're entitled to say it's an unfair proposition or you disagree with the proposition. But we are entitled to put this to you because it's a version that is here by Mr. Madlanga. That is it. That's all that I'm saying to you, is that there are certain things that are consistent with your evidence that you had given, and there are certain things that are not. That's all that I'm saying to you.
Yeah, if I can tell you that the investigating officer, they knew that I had a celebration and whatever, they know about everything. And that is why I'm saying I'm going to sit here and listen to choreographed things by the investigators and whoever to suit a certain narrative. So I deny everything here, and actually I don't want to respond to this. I respond because I respect the commission.
Thank you, General.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:30. Yes, Ms. Seegers Mube.
Thank you, Chair. I'm about to move to another topic, so
Maybe before you do so, General, let's just conclude on the issue of the loan. Remember you said in early November 2024, you needed to sell some of your cattle to pay back some of the money to Mr. Madlanga.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I remember, Commissioner.
Yes, and you say the proceeds were approximately 20,000 rand,
Yes,
and that's what you paid to Mr. Madlanga.
yes,
Yes, we have gone through your bank statements covering the period from September until December 2024. And it appears to us that you did not really need to sell your cattle, because if you go to page 50 of file 4, are you there, General?
yes,
And I know you know how accounts work. So you'll see that the second entry there, the first one is the balance brought forward. And then the second entry there shows that on the 4th of November 2024, there's a purchase at Gucci Centon for 19,500 rands. Do you see that?
yes,
And then it reflects, obviously, in your statement on the 6th of November 2024. Do you see that?
yes,
Yes. And it suggests to us, at least, that you were not in desperate need of cash, and you did not need to sell cattle to pay Mr. Madlanga, because you had enough funds in your bank accounts to even make these luxury purchases. Do you want to comment?
hold on.
General, maybe either Commissioner Kumalo, who is very good at finding documents here, or even the evidence leaders may assist you with what you are looking for.
Yeah, I was trying to look for something. I was not sure if it was during that particular year or whatever, so I have found it, but it is relevant to that. Because
Sorry, but it was what?
I found it. I have established that it is relevant to that. On page 24 of the same bundle, there was a time where I was in town, and then with a friend who was buying a suit for a wedding of the son, and he forgot his banking details. Then I did swipe for him the 53 and he sent it back. I was looking into that one, if it is not extra in that particular month, but it was in the previous year, not that one. It was in 2023. Because I remember at Zegna, he was buying a suit going to overseas, and he forgot his card, and then the secretary transferred.
I'm sure you know that advert that says, no, it's not a suit, it's a Zegna.
It's a...
You don't call it a suit, it's a Zegna.
Yeah, I'm not used to it, so I call it suit.
It is a suit to all of us, but people who know it say, you must distinguish it from other suits.
Yes, now I'm back on page 50, where the turkeys were purchased of 19,500.
In general, just so you understand the simple point, you had enough money in your bank account to make these luxury purchases, such that even after the purchase of sneakers at Gucci Sentin, you were still left with 55,000, even after that purchase, which just shows that there was no need for a loan. There was certainly no need to sell your cattle to repay the loan to Mr. Matala. That is really the simple proposition that is being put to you. Even if you go to the previous month, you will see that you making purchases at Louis Vuitton in Sentin again, nowhere near the 20,000. It's obviously much less on page 48. It's the 6th entry on that page. The 5th one, I'm sorry. So,
the 5th of?
if you go to the, it's the same month. The statements go back and not forward. If you go to page 48, page 48, during the same month, there's another purchase, but this time it's at Louis Vuitton, Sentin. Do you see that? And that's even before your salary reflects in your bank account. Before your salary reflects at the end of that month.
Which number is that?
Entry number 5 on page 48. The date is 29 October 2024, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you see that? And it shows that in the same month that you made the purchase at Gucci Sentin, you made another purchase at Louis Vuitton Sentin. But even after those two purchases, even before your salary reflects in your bank account, you are still left with 47,900 rand.
Yeah.
Which just shows that, there was no need to sell cattle, there was no need to, and sorry, I said it's the same month, it's the prior month, I think it's 6 days earlier.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, you see the Louis Vuitton, they're 3,300. I was buying sandal, and there is no sandal worth that amount in Louis Vuitton. No, I'm telling you, the sandal were 17,000. On the 23rd of October, it was my birthday party. I thought the evidence leader is going to talk about it because it was there on the chat where I put the present the friends bought to me. There was a Louis Vuitton bag and a small bag. In that big bag was having that small bag, which was a wallet. So I took the wallet to exchange it for the sandals, and I paid the difference of the 3,300. The 3,300. So that is what happened. So it is not to say really I wanted to buy the sandal. It was like they bought me something expensive which was not worth value for me. I took it back and took something which I could wear. And even though it was a present for my birthday party, I think there were 3 presents from different friends. So I even forwarded that to Nkosi to say, hey, they bought me present, it's only you who didn't buy me present. I saw it there, I thought they were going to ask me about it because they saw Gucci and whatsoever.
But General, I don't want this discussion to be about the specific purchases that were made. The
Yes.
simple proposition we are putting to you is that your bank statements show that you did not need a loan, and you certainly did not need to sell any of your cattle to pay Mr. Matlala, because at the end of October, you make this purchase before your salary reflects in your bank account. You still have a balance of 47,000. That excludes the overdraft facility of 44,000. So you have at least 90,000 available to you at the end of that month. If you go to the November month, you have in excess of 90,000 rands available to you. In December, because of I don't want to mention your bonus publicly, but you have a lot of money. You certainly did not need the loan, and you did not need to sell any of your cattle to pay Mr. Matlala back.
But I think there would be no issue at all, the more than 100,000 rand that you were paid in December being mentioned, because you mentioned that amount yourself.
Yes, of the 130 which I get in December, yes.
Well, in the interest of time, I don't want us spending 10 minutes on what is a fairly straightforward proposition.
No, that's why I was listening. I thought you were still talking. And I wanted to say I did respond to the chairperson.
Just remind us again, now answering what I've put to you, and
Yeah.
then we can give that time
That
back.
as I decided I wanted to use money to building something, I thought I mustn't use the money which will belong to me, I'll use it and then I'll pay it in December. So that is what I decided.
Then it doesn't explain the Gucci and Louis Vuitton purchases, because it shows that you had money for those things.
I explained for the Louis Vuitton and for the Gucci, I was buying back the person who bought me a Gucci.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, I want to move on to a new topic.
Can I just ask, Ms. Sigal-Smude, we've got in front of us a document. Do we pack it away, or will you come back to it?
Yes, Commissioner, we'll deal with it after lunch once the General has had an opportunity to consider it with his team.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. General, just before I deal with the new topic, I know you said earlier on, and probably out of frustration, that we are trying to push a narrative. I can assure you that we are not. And you will recall that in our engagements, you had indicated your displeasure at how a certain issue was addressed regarding the Musa Kaula matter, that you were not satisfied with the withdrawal of the allegation that was, or the proposition that was put before the Commission, that you were the person that sent the WhatsApp message that said, "Chomi." Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I spoke to you yesterday, you had indicated that you were not that happy with how it was addressed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't our intention, General, to make light of the fact that that was actually a withdrawal. So I do want to place it on the record, Chair, that during the evidence of Sergeant Nkosi, and you will recall that when you met with Mr. Chaskelson before you gave your evidence, he did indicate that he would rectify this publicly. That during the evidence of Mr. Nkosi, an incorrect proposition was put by Mr. Chaskelson to Mr. Nkosi that the message, I don't know if Ms. Poe can display it, the message that refers to Chomi, don't run the story, you recall that? That was in fact a message that was sent from you to Mr. Kaula, correct? That is what the proposition was.
Yes.
And that, Mr. Chaskelson indicated to you as an incorrect proposition, and in fairness to Mr. Chaskelson as well, in that discussion, he also said to you that your good friend Sergeant Nkosi ought to have corrected him and said to him it's not the correct proposition, but Sergeant Nkosi didn't do so. You heard that evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I do want to place it on record that it is incorrect. You were not the person that sent that message that said Chomi, and Mr. Chaskelson did tender an apology to you regarding that.
I remember.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So that should put that matter to bed. Now, if we can deal, and Mr. Chaskelson had asked me to address that. Now, if we can deal with what actually does concern you. I just want to understand from you, and you will tell me if my understanding of your evidence is incorrect. It seems to me that from the start of your career, very early on, you seem to have taken to the role of detective quite naturally. That seems to be where you are most comfortable. Is that a correct observation?
Yes, from the college I decided to go to detectives.
And you seem to have occupied a role insofar as investigations and detective is concerned for the majority of your career.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, it seems that it's something that it's a badge of honor, because when General Sabia was here, he also said that many of the people that are accusing him are not even detectives, they're not investigators. So do you agree that it seems to be that it's a badge of honor that you wear that to be a detective?
Yes, I take it as an honor.
Okay. I'm hoping that throughout our engagement today, I will actually understand why it is a badge of honor, and because it seems to me that it is something that the both of you identify with. Now, if I understood your evidence correctly, you were the acting component head from 18 December 2023.
That is correct.
For organized crime.
That is correct.
And that role came about because, if I understood, General Sabia and General Sentimule had approached you to take over, to find out if you were interested in that role, because they didn't have a head in organized crime because General Sabia had been promoted to DNC.
That is correct.
And then sometime in May, 1 May 2024, you then occupied it as a permanent position.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, that role is a national role.
That is correct.
And in your evidence, when you were dealing with the SWAT investigation and how you got involved effectively in the SWAT investigation sometime in May of 2024, you said that you had tried to contact General Mbuso Kumalo.
Yes.
And he would be the provisional head of organized crime.
No.
What is provincial, sorry?
He is a deputy provincial commissioner responsible for crime detection.
Okay.
So all those components falls under him.
Okay. And so why were you trying to get hold of him?
I was trying to relay that information I got from the source to him, so that he can take appropriate steps, for example, to request for the threat risk assessment for the members and also ensure that they get proper protection.
Okay, I don't really recall your evidence as to whether you dealt with whether you eventually got hold of him.
Yeah, I think the phone rang for some seconds. I can't remember if he said he was in a meeting and we couldn't talk. And I thought he would come back to me. And then it didn't happen that he came back to me. Then I went to the person responsible for organized crime.
And who was that?
Brigadier Hopan.
Okay, so you never had a conversation with General Mbuso Kumalo about the threats that you were aware of on
No.
the investigators?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Now, your role as the component head, I'm not entirely sure what it entailed because you said that you weren't involved directly in investigations at that point. Correct?
Yes.
So it's more supervisory.
Yes.
And somewhere in your witness statement, you refer to it as ongoing interaction with intelligence structures. Would that be like crime intelligence?
That's correct.
And you also referred, if you go to file 1, which is your statement, page 14, at paragraph, I think it's 35,
I'm there.
okay. There you say my involvement in matters referenced paragraph 35 before the commission must be understood within the context of long-standing operational policing responsibilities, lawful engagement with investigative source, and then command oversight of complex investigations. Are you referring there to your role as the component head? So we must consider your evidence and your role before the commission in light of your role as the component head and what it is that you were doing at the time.
It's paragraph 112.
No, 35. Page 14, paragraph 35.
Yeah, we know this. I'm there, ma'am.
Yes, so paragraph 35 is where, in the previous paragraphs, you were dealing with your role as a component head, etc. And then you say, when we are looking at your involvement in the matters referenced before the commission, it must be understood with the context. So are you referring to the context of your role as the component head at the time?
That's correct.
Okay. And at paragraph 33, you speak about your engagements with intelligence reports and registered sources.
Yes.
I just want to understand what you meant by intelligence reports. Is that internal or is it something that comes from outside to you?
No, from the division detective service, we don't have intelligence. The intelligence is a division on itself. So as I was indicating, on monthly basis, the crime intelligence will develop the crime threat analysis, where they are indicating more especially for our side as organized crime, but they are doing it holistically to all the environments for crime prevention, to see what crime is happening where and what type of commodities are being taken and suspects which were previously arrested, and modus operandi indicates it can be similar syndicates and what type of syndicate we are having. That will come to us to say they have identified a criminal grouping in a certain area, and then that is where during the knocks I will then ask the province to say, based on this, your threats in your province is this and that, but the projects you have registered are dealing with this, actually are not addressing your threat at your responsible provinces. And then, okay, this one and this one is identified. That is where you were needed to do the profiling to check if ever these people are not wanted and what is the status of their cases. Those which were withdrawn, does they have a potential of being resuscitated and what is outstanding? Sometimes you will find out some case, because of delay in receiving forensic reports, they just close it, instead that they were not supposed to close it, because when they receive it, it must still continue. But you find out they are closed and withdrawn as such. Then the intelligence reports, which I'm talking about, it in that regard, on quarterly basis, we are having the knocks with all the provinces, and crime intelligence will present to us those intelligence relating to, unless it is imminent, it's somebody whom we need to address because there is new cases which have happened and they have identified through sources and intelligence that these people, there is tangible evidence which we can now, or empirical evidence which we can now say there is a prima facie case for us to go and arrest them.
Okay. I think I understand that. So on the 16th of May 2024, when you have the meeting with the, I'm going to refer to them as the SWAT investigators, the SWAT murder investigators, that meeting was, you had called that meeting, but there was also another meeting that you were already going to have with, was it Colonel Mukwena, on the Murray murders?
That one I was supposed to have with Brigadier, and the Brigadier was absent from office. And Colonel Mukwena is one who works under, I can say, second in charge for that matter. Then he phoned on the 14th to say, I won't be available. The members are going to come alone to brief you. I think there was Mr. Kyle Cohen from News 24 who was representing the family and a lawyer. On monthly basis, they will come, we give them progress report, and I check if they have done any progress or what we advised previously to say this and that need to happen, it is been done. So they were supposed to be there 11 o'clock. And then Colonel Mukwena happened to be having engagement at Kempton Park Court with the senior public prosecutor, so he couldn't come. The 3 warrant officers and the sergeant came, and Mr. Cohen also came, and then we had the meeting. It ended around past 12 to 1, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so these are routine meetings that you have as the component head where you, in the Murray murders instance, you did it because there was a complaint by the family that there wasn't progress or something to that effect?
Yes, the complaint was sent to the office of the Deputy National Commissioner. Then the Deputy National Commissioner reined me in with the team and the brigadier and the family representative and whatever, because there was a feud also between some of the family and the investigators. Then we sat down, I was briefed about the case, I gave directives, and we agreed that we give them chance to investigate for 3 weeks, and after every 3 weeks we will meet in my office to give feedback.
Okay, when you say Deputy National Commissioner, you're referring to General Sabia?
That is correct.
Because there is more than one Deputy National Commissioner.
Yeah, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection.
Okay, thank you. So that was the Murray murder investigations.
That's correct.
The SWAT murder investigations, the need for that meeting arose because of information you had received from a source.
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that, you were not involved in the investigation?
No, I was not involved, and I was not informed either. I didn't know about it.
Okay. And at the time that you get the information from the source, I understand you then spoke, you wanted to try and get hold of General Mbuso Kumalo to tell him, and then you also called Brigadier Khopani. Did you tell her about the intelligence that you had received from the source?
Yeah, we discussed a little to say I've got information about a threat against him. Your investigators investigating a case of murder whereby a white person was killed. I didn't know, I didn't have the details. And 3 suspects were arrested. One of the suspects is a police officer. I didn't have the details either of that. And you didn't inform me. She indicated, no, I thought I put it on the WhatsApp because we're having a WhatsApp group where they are reporting so that we can know. The reason for that is so that when there is a media inquiry from head office, from the minister or whatever, then the DIFCOM will ask me as the component head to say, they said, your team is investigating this, what is happening, so that we may be able to account in that particular time. So hence I was asking. So when I told her about the threat and that there is intended bribery, she told me that no, about this case, there was a drama in court, and I had to send my TRT, the TRT and my tracking team to go and assist in transporting the members. But we ended there to say, no, I must speak to Colonel Mukwena because those members resort under him, and you will know better about it. And she was, by the way, not available.
Yes, I recall that. And then you called Colonel Mukwena and you met somewhere to discuss the matter. I think you said at 7 o'clock. Was it that same evening that you received the information from the source?
That is correct.
And what day would that have been? The 14th?
The 14th.
Okay. So the 14th of May was when the source gave you the information?
Yes.
Okay. And you then met with Colonel Mukwena?
Yeah, I phoned Colonel Mukwena and he indicated he was somewhere in Pretoria attending court and he's en route back home to West Rand. And I said, okay, I'm also about to leave the office because it was around 5 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I'm also staying in the West Rand. I said we can meet somewhere along the way. And then we agreed to meet at a garage called Uncle Harry's. There's a restaurant there.
Yes, I recall that. I just want to establish who it is that you spoke to about the information that you got from the source. So you didn't get to speak to General Mbuso Kumalo about it,
No.
but you intended to tell him about it. You spoke to Brigadier Khopani, but you only informed her about the intended bribery or the attempted bribery and about the threats.
Yes.
None of the information about it being contract killers or anything like that?
No.
Yes. That wasn't your evidence,
I
yes.
can't remember if I went into detail to tell her the people arrested are contract killers, but I remember the person I relayed that information was the colonel.
Yes, you told Colonel Mukwena.
Yeah, the colonel and the members, yes.
Okay. Now, why did you have to meet with Colonel Mukwena? Why didn't you just inform him over the phone like you intended to do, like you did with Brigadier Khopani and intended to do with General Mbuso Kumalo?
Yeah, not necessarily I was going to tell them telephonically. I told the brigadier that I would have liked her to come on that meeting of the 16th with that particular team so that after this other meeting we can discuss that one. That was my proposition to her. So not necessarily I wanted to tell her on the phone or to tell General Kumalo. For General Kumalo it was about to notify him and probably have a meeting with his people and the people of CI, because my experience in this thing is when you want a threat risk assessment to be done, More especially, it was concerning the province. The province has got a provincial head of crime intelligence, who is a general, and they've got legs where there's brigadiers who maybe is in charge of counter. What you do, you write an application. Sometimes the application must be signed by the GPC or approved by the PC. It goes to the general. And then in the meantime, if it's urgent, already the general or crime intelligence would have sent the operatives to go and do the risk assessment on itself. Because sometimes the security needed is imminent, and that is what I emphasize, that even before that can happen, the better you put some sort of security around them, not working alone or going to fetch these people alone and so forth. Because remember, what I got was information which needed to be confirmed.
Yes, we'll get to that. And so when you speak to Colonel Mokoena, he then tells you, yes, there was an incident that happened at court. Was that Brigadier Khopane?
It was Brigadier Khopane.
And you were already told at that point that the detectives have been given some form of security in light of that.
To take the people from court to the correctional center.
Yes, but you were suggesting that there must be something more now in light of the information that you had received.
Yes, I think it deserves to have a threat risk assessment whereby the whole information will be investigated to verify if it is true, and those other allegations of people who need to be investigated and inquiry will be opened based on the threat assessment, and then other investigated, allocated. That was my take, because I said it's not objective that you, person involved, the threat is against you by these people, you investigate that particular person. Sometimes you meet with them, then you don't know how will you behave and what will happen. And again, certain evidence you gather, it will be questioned to say, actually you wanted to make them to see it to be like that, because I know I was involved in many of these.
Okay, thanks, General. So I just wanted to understand your evidence insofar as what it is that you did before the 16 May meeting, and we'll get to that meeting. I just want to deal with some of the things that you address regarding infiltration and your personal experience. You mentioned on page 21 of your statement, at paragraph 59, it actually starts at paragraph 58. You recall the Maswangani murder, where you said that you were the lead investigator.
I'm there at page 29.
Page 21.
21. I'm there.
You had given evidence about your experience as the lead investigator in the Maswangani murder. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And there you had given evidence about how the registered source there was one of the people that actually ended up being arrested and convicted in respect of the very crime that you were investigating.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also a police officer that was arrested.
That's correct.
In that matter, were the hit orderers ever arrested?
No.
Okay, and is it still an ongoing investigation?
Yes, we know where it is told is the people who were linked to be maybe the orchestrators or the handlers. They were now somewhere in Nigeria, and through our police attaché we tried, and in that particular time we could manage to get the address through BlackBerry in Dubai, because his phone which he was using was a BlackBerry, and you can't delete the BlackBerry profile. So I didn't remove his number from my number. I could see now he's got this new profile saying Queen of Africa, and then we followed up and we found out there is a number using it. But unfortunately, it was our own MTN, recurring people with one address, and and it's mostly rural. We couldn't get anywhere.
So the short answer is no.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
We finished the case at the High Court by sentencing those 4 out of 6. We sentenced 4. One became 105. The other 3 were sentenced for life, and the other 2 matter were withdrawn against them.
Okay, in that matter, you talk about how you had to go into a safe house due to the threats that had been, that you had received.
That's correct. After threat analysis, and then they give the level of threat, and the only thing we saw fit, which will preserve us and preserve our information and everything, is a safe house. Because when you will be staying there together, including your crime intelligence, including your combat people who will be guarding you, going out with you and doing investigation, because you will still continue doing investigation, and it minimizes people compromising information, because the counter will be following you, because when I want to see who's following you, I must follow you. And crime intelligence we're using was from outside Gauteng, was from Free State, because of that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have to take that one so that we can be protected, and we know we are one thing, we belong to. And the reporting lines, it became shorter because it becomes a project. Only a project manager on need-to-know basis can go and report, because after reporting to senior manager, you found the defense knows about what you discussed behind closed doors at the court.
Yes, you did give evidence about that. And in that matter, were you ever offered a bribe by anyone that was involved in the murder?
Offered a bribe?
Yes.
Actually, there was attempt through other people, and they couldn't reach us because we were so close, and there were people hired to come and eliminate us. And because we formed another team to counter the threat, and those people were arrested, and only to find there were police officers also, those people, but matter was due to insufficient evidence was end up being withdrawn.
General, I was just asking whether you had been offered a bribe in that matter, whether you had been subjected to an attempt to bribe you, because of course we're talking about you using this as an example to show infiltration and how officers can be compromised. I'm just trying to establish, you speak about the safe house, you speak about the threats, so I'm not suggesting that you were, I'm just asking, were you, as the lead investigator, was there an attempt to bribe you?
No, I was not offered personally, but there is a case which I cited of a prosecutor where a police officer is still under witness protection for the past 4 years, where she was offered a bribe of 100,000, and the prosecutor and those other police were arrested, or other people. Mine was not a serious one, was a robbery case where I was offered a bribe, and I ended up arresting that person. It was not this one.
Okay, thank you, General. Now I want to also, just to place it on record, you also deal with an instance on page 23 of your statement at paragraph 67, where public procurement plays a role in financing this criminal syndicates that attempt or infiltrate, try to infiltrate the criminal justice system, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to explore with you ways in which, and I'm going to call the person, let's say, a compromised officer, police officer, the ways in which a compromised officer would go about trying to influence an investigating officer who's investigating a crime. So you could have a situation where the compromised officer could inquire from the IO about a case that has nothing to do with the compromised officer. He shows a particular interest in the matter that he's not involved in. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And then you can have a situation where the officer, they may already have a relationship of trust, and he shows concern for their safety, for the IO safety, and says to them, you must watch out for yourself. Do you agree with me? That could be a way of trying to endear themselves to the investigating officer.
I agree with the first one.
Which one is that?
The one that you come near the investigators and try to make as if you are assisting or trying to know what is happening. But the second one that you try to assist them to stay safe.
No, General, let me interrupt you because you are preempting what I'm going to ask you at the end. I'm not there. I'm exploring with you ways in which that can happen. And maybe if I can ask you to put on your detective cap.
Yes.
And not your General Shabiri before the commission cap for this exercise, okay? And as somebody that has been exposed to this, I'm not trying to trick you, I promise you, I'm not. What I want to establish from you is ways in which a compromised officer can endear themselves to an investigating officer in order to influence that investigating officer to compromise an investigation. Now I'm asking you, is it a possibility that a compromised officer would go to an investigating officer and say, sure, I heard that there are guys that are after you, you must be careful. In fact, I think go and get a threat and risk assessment because this thing is dangerous. Like, how's it going? What's happening with the investigation? Showing a concern for safety, but also trying to endear themselves to get information from them at a later stage. Are you saying that that could never happen? It's not a possibility?
I never experienced such a thing. Where I've experienced is they will try to work with the person, either to lure him to meet with the perpetrators, to befriend them in order for them to be captured or to be compromised. But that one, I never met it because I don't think it is an easy one. Unless the one I have seen is when they were going to be hit on the police, and this other one will be with them. But automatically it was already cultivated there. And when the hit happens, he will be the only one who is not harmed, and the others been harmed. But the scenario you are giving, I never experienced it, and I'm not saying it is not possible, but I never experienced that, and it is rare.
Okay. Could you have a situation where the compromised officer tests whether the investigating officer is susceptible to a bribe by saying, I heard that there is a bribe out there if you are willing to not oppose bail or if you are willing to hide evidence? You've heard of a situation like that?
That happens if they know each other. That might happen if they know each other. But when they don't know each other, I don't see it being easy to happen, because how do you start from a person you don't know?
Yes, well, wouldn't a bribe, you would have it in two situations, potentially even more. There is the overt way of doing it. If you know the person, you trust the person, you know the person to already be somebody that is susceptible, so you'll say to them, listen, so-and-so told me that there's 10,000 Rand available for you if you just lose the docket. Yeah. That is direct.
Yeah, it's direct, it's not overt. Overt meaning you must go to a person and then gain trust first.
Yes.
And thereafter you can propose. To say, hey, these guys, I met these guys, you remember that case, and then these guys, they are indicating this and that, and then that might happen.
Yes, and then you can have where it's indirect, like isn't that covert, a covert operation, where you endear yourself with the person, show interest in their safety, show interest in what's happening with them, and then at some point say, there's an informer that told me that there's a bribe available?
I never experienced that one because I don't know how will it carry out, because obviously if you involve yourself in that manner, meaning you'll be prepared to go all the way to assist and then work with them daily or whatever and provide more information relating to the matter. So that happened prior to any other crime happens. In most instances, the people who will be sent will be the people who will be easy for that person to interact with, in terms of they won't be exposed easy and their motive cannot be seen easier. For example, if a prosecutor approaches and said, hey, in this case there is this and that and that and that, I think there's no enough evidence or whatsoever, we can do this and that and that, and these guys are offering this. But also it's a risk because you don't know the type of a person you are dealing with. Because I believe majority of police officers are not corrupt out there, and they are doing their level best. And I don't see that being so easy. But it never happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen in another world where I don't know. Maybe it happened.
General, just as a concept, isn't what Ms. Sigal Ngube describing what you would call cultivation or cultivating?
Yeah.
Because she put a scenario where somebody befriends and in time it develops into a conversation about corrupt conduct. I thought that's what you described as cultivating.
Yeah, I tried to describe previously to say what is cultivation, taking it from our side when you cultivate an agent. So meaning you will send somebody to go and befriend these people, work with these people, they gain trust on you, and then for future use or for planned things which are still coming or for the exact thing which is happening, and then on the later stage you can be in the able position to propose something to them. So the cultivation is about that, sending somebody in, and then that person works with the people, goes out with the people, gain trust from those people. Later on, when he proposes something, it won't be seen as something sinister or questionable. So that is how we do when we want to penetrate. We first do the cultivation to infiltrate, be within, go with them. We do that mostly when we use agents, so to say, because even in that case of Maswanga, the people who were supposed to eliminate us, some were sent to work with us.
Well, sorry, I mean, it's not my conversation. It's just that with this new explanation, then you make me question my understanding of your evidence yesterday. When you first testified, and it was under the heading, the nature, extent, and consequence of infiltration and influence, in your statement, and in paragraph 70, you were listing the different ways in which syndicates, infiltration, in fact, you were describing how infiltration of the police happens, and then at 79, you then list the different ways that crime syndicates influence law enforcement, and one of them was recruitment or cultivation. And then I asked you, what is cultivation? And you said befriending police to corrupt them. So I was saying, I understand Ms. Sigal Ngube to be putting that kind of scenario to you, that someone can make an approach that looks completely innocent to the police, including a colleague, to and in time elevate that discussion that started off innocently to even a statement like, oh, I understand there are bribes that are available, without saying I'm offering you a bribe or somebody's offering you a bribe, but just saying, oh, I understand, just to suss them out, to sound them out, whether they would be amenable to particular conduct.
Yeah, the simplest one I can say in cultivation, in Uartambo Airport and Kempton Park, we had a similar thing whereby the Nigerian will propose to the new constables and then and cultivate them to those people who are investigating the narcotics so that they have information firsthand of what is happening inside and so forth. So hence I was just trying to indicate is by recruitment of members inside, or you send members from outside to be within the inside as individual members, and it is not happening like as a whole capture of the whole police. So it happens in all the environment, but including at uniform and whatsoever. So that is what I was trying to explain.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Can we go then to see what happened on the 16th of May 2024 during your meeting with the investigators?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is on page 55, file 1. And it starts at paragraph 174.
This is file 1. I'm 55. I'm there.
General, at 174 you set out about meeting with the investigators, which were 3 investigators. It was witness A, B, and Sergeant Ndlela, correct?
Yes.
And you then informed them about the information you had received from the source. Now, at 174, you say, I informed them that the accused were considered dangerous contract killers and that there were alleged attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, and or the magistrate. Now, you speak about alleged attempts to bribe. I just want to understand, alleged attempts, were there attempts to bribe, or are there allegations that there may be, because alleged seems to say might be, you're not certain.
Yes, I used these words interchangingly because the information was, remember, the attorney is already given a bag full of money who must approach the investigators. If he fails, the prosecutors or the magistrate, because that is how disparate they showed that they want these people out on bail. So, not knowing why must they go on bail, because even if they are on bail, the case remains. And the case remains. So, hence I used that, but it was an allegation from a source that already a lawyer is given a bag full of money. And I think I mentioned also the name of the lawyer which was mentioned to me.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Now, can we go to RS10, which is in the annexure bundle, which is file 2, and it is on page 50, 50.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll recall that this is the statement of Sergeant Ndlela that you had provided as an annexure to your statement,
Yes,
which is the written statement that was, I think it's the 7th of July, 2025, right? That's
Yeah.
the one you were referring to. In paragraph 4, he deals with the meeting, and he says, on our arrival at General's office, he informed us on how sensitive and dangerous is this case and how connected are the suspects. He further informed us that he got the information that the suspects are planning to bring a bag full of money for us so that they can be freed, failing which a hit is coming for us.
I said,
Do you confirm his recollection of what you said to them?
he wrote it is in your own words, but it's not how I said it.
Okay, you didn't mention a bag full of money.
I did.
Okay, so where's the difference?
The difference is where it says the heat is coming for you.
Okay, there wasn't, are you saying that you didn't tell them about a hit?
No, I'm saying how it is phrased. It's different to how I said it.
Okay, what do you recall how you said it?
I said there will be a bribe brought to you, and consequently, when you don't take the bribe, there will be a threat to you because these people are hitmen. And even if you take the money, still there will be still a threat against you because the case won't be gone away. Unless, as we know, if they are given bail, they are going to be taken out, the same people. So hence I said the solution is you endure this, then we have a threat analysis. If possible, you work from the safe house under protection. That is how you can win this thing. And the team, they said there were 3, or there were 5, 2 are gone. I said you are less. You need to get more, those who can deal with the threat, because you can't investigate the threat. Investigate the murder, because according to the informant, this murder will come with more cases, will link with other cases, and you may not receive further cases. You concentrate on this because it's going to be a major investigation. So that is what I said. So the only thing, but it means the same thing, that there will be hit, the threat is coming, but it's how it is phrased.
Okay.
Yes.
And then if we can go to file 1, divider 3, which is your short supplementary statement. There's an annexure that you provided there, which is RS 12. Are you file 1, yeah? General file 1. I think you could be in file 2. File 1 is your statement file.
I'm there, ma'am.
Are you at RS 12 on page 7?
Yes, I'm there.
This is also a statement that you provided the commission, which is an unsigned document that you said Sergeant Ndlela gave to you, and he said that this was a pre-prepared statement that was given to him, and that this statement had to be consistent with witness A's statement, the people that gave it to him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He also, in this statement, I'm just dealing with it because this is what you had provided to the commission. At paragraph 3, he speaks about the meeting as well. On the following day, Thursday, 16 May 2024, we then proceeded to the SAP's head office, to the office of General Shabiri, where upon arrival, General Shabiri asked us if we were aware of the sensitiveness of the case that we are investigating. We then indicated that we were not that aware of the sensitiveness. General Shabiri then informed us that the case was very sensitive, and further that the people who are linked to the suspects, they want to give us a bag of money, and that if we do not take that money, those people will kill us. See
Yes,
that?
yes.
Now, you don't quibble with that part, even though it is part of the pre-prepared statement of Sergeant Ndlela?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we go to witness A's account of that, which is, if you go to,
Sorry, before you do that, what is the difference between the document you've just shown us, which is unsigned, and CJC 89, which appears to be the signed version of that same document?
yes, we're getting.
We're gonna get there, okay.
Yes. This is, let me just deal with that first then, Commissioner. Go to General File 4, CJC 89.
Let me check them.
It starts on page 1.
Oh, it's in page 1. It's 86. File 3. File 4.
File 4.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the signed statement of Sergeant Ndlela, which is dated the 8th of July 2025, which is the statement that you say the commission, it is very convenient that we only disclose this version of the affidavit after you disclose the handwritten version on the 7th of July statement. Do you recall that in your supplementary statement?
Yes.
And I think you take issue with this because the suggestion is that it was pre-prepared for Sergeant Ndlela by members that you say are not friendly with you.
Yeah, not really, not friendly. It was made by those who are investigating and brought it to him to sign and indicated it must be similar to that one of witness A.
Okay.
So that's my call to say a statement is prepared to you, whereas you have your own statement, and then they could have said we will make a supplementary to where you didn't indicate certain things after interviewing the person. Not me as an investigator coming with a document and say this is a statement, sign it, it must be similar of that of a certain member who you worked with. So I feel it is influencing the outcome of the statement or of the investigation.
But insofar as the contents, insofar as it relates to you speaking to them about a bag full of money, you don't take issue with what he says about how that conversation, that part of the conversation occurred. In paragraph 3, where he says, General Shabiri then informed us that the case was very sensitive and further that the people who are linked to the suspects, they want to give us a bag of money and that if we don't take that money, these people will kill us.
I've already answered on that to say the phrasing is not what I said.
Yes, but you don't take issue with how he records what
how
happened.
How you wrote it, no,
Yes.
I don't have issue.
Okay. Now, you take issue with the statement for other reasons, and we'll get to that
Yes,
later.
yes.
Can we then go to witness A's statement where he deals with this?
Where is it?
And that will be file 3. And file 3, it is item 83. And I want to deal with page 347. 247, my apologies.
I am at 247.
at paragraph 39.
Yes.
In the middle of that paragraph, he says, he also said that the arrested suspects and their people will do anything to get bail. He then said that there are 3 envelopes flying around, one for the investigating officer, one for the prosecutor, and one for the magistrate. By envelopes, he meant money. What do you take issue with insofar as witness A's recordal of what you said?
Yeah, the big theme, flying envelopes, which I never attached.
What do you use, the flying around part?
Yeah, that is the thing I never uttered. I talked about a bag full of money given to an attorney who must bribe the investigator or the magistrate or the prosecutor.
Okay, but it really boils down to the same thing. You discussed with them the existence or possible existence of a bribe.
Yeah, you can say so. Me and you can understand the brown envelope to be money. But people, as the sentiments here was about people listening there, it's like I was having envelopes flying around or I have to do something with those envelopes and so forth. So that is what it was said, that the envelopes are flying around. And when they were asked, what does that mean? They thought it was inducement for me to say, no, bring the envelopes or they will take the envelopes.
Okay, I just want to place on record witness B's version. We don't have to go there, but hers is item 84 of that same bundle, page 288, paragraph 35, and she also refers to it as page 288 of that same bundle.
88.
Paragraph 35.
Oh, yes.
And then if you look at, she says, he explained that the case was sensitive and further that there were 3 envelopes that were available, and he hinted that the implication for refusal would be dangerous for us. See that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your statement and in your evidence, you said that you expressly cautioned them not to accept the bribe.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, none of them say that. None of them say that you cautioned them not to take the bribe. Even Sergeant Ndlela, who you hang your hat on, he doesn't say that either. So there it's 3 against 1. Insofar as whether you actually expressly cautioned them not to take the bribe.
Yes.
Are you sure that you cautioned them not to take the bribe? Expressly?
Very much sure. Very much sure in the sense that I even indicated, even if you were to take the bribe, if the source knows, other people knows, and it won't take the threat away because the case will still be remaining there. Because also, before we discussed this, we discussed the docket, and I could see there is a prima facie case. The only thing I have noticed that it was not shown to have been done was 2 things. Was the touch DNA fingerprints on the exhibits which were found, the vehicle itself, the firearms itself, and the cartridges, which I advised it must be done. Then I asked, is the firearms and everything taken? They indicated yes, it's already delivered. So they had something to go on for bail application to oppose. That is the first thing. And then the reason I wanted them to be there in my office was to explain to them face to face and relay to them my experience, encourage them that it is doable, and I know it is painful to leave your family and go and stay somewhere.
General, we'll get to that aspect. I just want to deal with the bribery aspect for now. You say that you expressly cautioned them, which means that you actually said to them, don't take the bribe.
Yes.
Okay. Now it seems none of them, like I said to you, none of them say that you said that. But it seems an odd thing to put to 3 police officers for you to say don't take the bribe. Shouldn't it be the default position that they shouldn't take the bribe, so their head shouldn't be telling them not to take the bribe? Why would you need to expressly tell them that?
I agree. I indicated I didn't tell them that. Number 2, I agree with you that it can be odd that the same people say one thing. But if ever you are influenced in another way for certain purposes, then they will say the same thing. But I'm saying these commissioners because why? Number 1, the person who came with the information, the people doing threat analysis, were supposed to come to the person and get the statement and probably get, if the informer wants to meet, I could have handed over that particular informer because I had the telephone numbers. So that didn't happen. And then the next thing, this happened. And I was so happy that when I follow up, whatever I have guided on, it happened. They went to the safe house and this is happening. And in the same statement of Ndlela, and also A, they also indicate underneath to say, my concern was their security. Although maybe their understanding in what they have written that the probabilities or when you are not taking the bribe, threat can come in terms of a threat to your livelihood will come. And also, in order to counter this, we need to do 1, 2, 3. So I don't deny saying how these people operate and how I think the threat will come about. And I even further to indicate...
General, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I agree with you. All of them say that you were the one that suggested that they get the threat and risk assessment. I'm not there. I'm on the issue of the bribery. Now, I'm saying to you, it seems odd to me that you would expressly say to 3 police officers, don't take the bribe. You say you did tell them not to take the bribe. There's no recordal from any of them that you said that. And I want to put this proposition to you. You are saying that now because you are operating in the gray area. We don't have a version from Sergeant Ndlela on this, but certainly Witness A and Witness B left that meeting very confused about your motives because you were operating in the gray area. Because you weren't express about the bribe. You were suggesting to them that there is something available if they were susceptible to it. That is what they understood. And so you are now saying that you say expressly don't take the bribe to take away the gray area, to put yourself on the white side, but you were operating in the gray area, General. That is what they say, and that is why they were confused about what your motives were. On the one hand, you're telling them about the bribe. On the other hand, you're suggesting to them that there must be a threat and risk assessment, and you are also assisting them with trying to fast-track the forensics.
Yeah. I don't know where they are indicating that they insinuate that I wanted them to take the bribe, except where they are indicating that if they don't take the bribe, these people are going to kill them.
Let me take you to it, but finish what you want to say.
Yeah, and again, on top of that, on top of that, if they are insinuating, they came there, they left there confused. I explained what should happen and what is going to happen. I explained to say, already I told Colonel Mugwen, to request for the threat analysis. And then inquiry will be opened to do the investigation on the threat. And then they will get protection. So that is what I explained to them there. So I don't know where was the frustration. And how should I have explained this? And on top of that, I followed up to find out if the threat risk is being done with the brigadier, and who told me, as we speak, General, I'm with Brigadier Ntuli, assisting me in drafting that. So I don't see how do they have frustration unless intentionally they want to be frustrated or somebody want them frustrated.
You don't see how they could be confused by somebody saying to them, let's do a threat and risk assessment because these people are dangerous, and on the other hand saying to them, there's a bribe available.
No, if you talk about bribe as police officers from organized crime, they will be on the know. And I told them the person who is coming and then who will be possibly coming so that they know. And then from there, entrapment can be made to arrest such person. Inquiry will be opened in the meantime for awaiting for such time when that person comes. So if you alert person that the bribe will come and this is the person who will be bringing, and obviously when he comes, you will try to talk to them and they can indicate, let's meet somewhere, and then arrange with crime intelligence or their bosses, and then we do entrapment there. So it cannot be that I want them to take the money because I'm informing them of even the name of the person who supposedly will come, and then so that they know. You understand?
I'm not saying that you told them to take the money. I'm saying it is a gray area for them as the investigators. That is what I'm saying to you. You are not expressly saying take the bribe. You are saying to them there is a bribe available. That is what I'm saying to you.
No.
Now you say you were looking at the possibility of entrapment. Wouldn't you have engaged one of them to say perhaps then in order to entrap this person, one of you should actually indicate a preference to take the bribe?
No, I won't influence that because the procedure is what I'm telling you. I said alleged and attempt, and you asked me about that, and I explained about the inquiry to be opened. I spoken to their seniors also if I think they will say they don't know. They were brought to organized crime because they were nominated from where, because they know they can deal with that. And this thing of entrapment, we deals with it on daily basis. And for me, I took it, they understood. For example, when I say inquiry will be opened, immediately when the crime intelligence is given that, because there must be a crime intelligence leading in following up the information and so forth. And the investigators which are indicated, they must be appointed to deal with the threat. They will be working with those. And when they are approached, they were supposed to have their own meeting. It's not the first time we've dealt with it like that. I dealt with it like that when I was in Gauteng. When a member of organized crime, whilst I was acting, not at organized crime, with the gang-related issues, happened to the member. So it's not a thing which they don't know, unless you were saying I'm talking to somebody from the police station.
Okay, now we'll go to how they felt about that meeting. But you, when you have that meeting with them, you don't tell them the information is from a source. Did you tell them it's from a source?
Exactly. That is what I said. I got information from the source. And the source indicated that these people who are arrested are dangerous and are contract killers by profession. This is what they do. And they were working previously to the late Mswazi. That is what I said to them. So now, what was supposed to come is, because it's no more where are they working, that is what we're supposed to be finding out. Who is the current handler or person sent them there and whatsoever.
Okay.
So that is what I have informed them. To say I got it from the source who allegedly knows them, probably worked with them previously, and that time we all knew that the old man is no more. We don't know who went where and what, but that was the situation. That was the situation I explained. And because, let me finish this one before I forget. That is why when I was talking to Mukwena, I couldn't understand him when he said the person who was killed at a factory. I said, but the information I got is the hitman. Hitman at the factory, at a white man, I thought it might be a robbery. That is when he phoned the investigating officer to explain. And the investigating officer is B. That is when B was not comfortable talking on the phone, said, no, we'll come to your office and brief you. And the arrangement was made.
General, did you tell them the identity of the source?
It doesn't happen.
Well, you said you told them that it's somebody that they know.
No, I said it's somebody who knows the suspects, who also worked there by Muswaz. I never said it's somebody they know. The people I told them the names, which I thought they might know, is that one which I was told by the source to say there is a Zungu from Tom's, there is a Johnny from JMPD, an unknown lady from Johannesburg. Because they were there at court, I thought they might have seen them and know them and confirm the information to me. Because that is the names which the source indicated those people were there observing also in court, seemingly working with the accused persons or the handlers. So that is what I explained to them.
Okay, who did you disclose the identity of the source to?
Nobody.
So none of the investigators know who the source is?
It doesn't happen. It's a protocol. It doesn't happen. I can't identify to them. I could have identified, as I said, to the crime intelligence person who was doing the risk assessment. Because your informer is your informer. You cannot tell everybody. Tomorrow is killed. You don't know who you are telling. Even the same members whom I'm telling, I'm not sure if some of them they are related with or they know each other with the people I'm talking about. But I was giving them information so that they know where they are and to prepare better and whatsoever. I even said, you see, if they give you a protection from home to work, it's not a protection because your family will become vulnerable and they will be known and sometimes you will be off alone. So hence I also suggested the issue of the safe house because it worked before for us. And also if they can't come near to me, they will come near to my children. And I guess they are having smaller children also where they are. I don't know, because I don't know them. I used to see them. But when I met with them physically, I will ask, are you fine? Why do I see you alone? Why do I see you walking like this without any, but they don't talk about those things. That I ask them regularly when I meet. And even when we speak on the phone, always I'll say, stay safe. I know it's difficult, but you need to stay there until, it won't take long until the case is finished.
So were you intending on telling General Mbuso Kumalo who the source is, the identity of the source?
No.
So there was never an intention to disclose the identity of the source?
No, a source is known to the handler and the co-handler. The only person, if the source agrees, whom I was going to hand over to be the handler, if he agrees, their sources are different. Some they want to give you information and stay away. Some they want to give you information and be registered and work with you and be paid. Some they will call anonymous 10111 and then they will forward it to you because they know you, that you act when they give you this kind of thing. So a source, even only the commander will know because he inspects the file quarterly. But also himself, he does not need to know the source. Because you are endangering people's life. Is these people, they take their life in order to assist you in dealing with criminals. So it's not something which you just share and say, hey boss, this is my source. Hey, I found it. You won't have a source anymore. Then you will have a dead source.
General, can I just ask to understand? You understand your evidence, or I think I heard you to say that crime intelligence was supposed to conduct a risk assessment,
Yes.
right? Would you have disclosed the particulars of the source to crime intelligence or whoever is doing the risk assessment? I think that's what Ms.
Yes.
Sigalsngube is trying to establish with you.
It's yes and no. It depends of the source. You can ask General Kalakala, you can ask Brigadier Ntuli, you can ask Colonel Herbert at Crime Intelligence Joburg. There is many, Lieutenant Colonel Khwadi, there is many times where I handed over the sources because the sources wanted to work with those people. They didn't have a problem. So there are those who will say no. So that is why I'm saying yes or no. But if they approach me, I talk to the person to say, here's the people who I need to work with them going forward. Or he decides to say, no, I gave you everything what you want. I don't want to be involved. And then we leave him like that. But if he is willing to work with them, then I will. And also, I asked you, can we meet? Maybe I register. No, he said, no, I'm fine. I'm giving you information. What I managed to do is to take down the number which he gave me and the name. So that is what I have done. But if they came to me, we could have talked about that and whatsoever. Sometimes I phone them direct. I even ask the members to say, who is the IO you are working with? They told me it's Colonel Herbert. I even told them, Colonel Herbert, I work a lot with him. So go and relay the information to him. I was expecting even him to phone me and say, I got this information because it's urgent, you need to work on it. But they don't write there. That I even told them, ask them who is the person under CI working with them. But I was happy that I told the commander, and the commander is doing something in terms of applying for a threat risk assessment, and they know. And they promise the protection is going to be given, and it was given previous. That is what was important for me.
Thank you, General.
At this point, let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
from him. I didn't go there because of ill health, because I didn't want dust to get into my eyes. It was still fresh from the operation.
Okay. Now, can we then deal with the next issue, which was what you had told him about Molefe, about Mr. Katiso Molefe?
Yeah, I indicated that on the 7th, I received a call to indicate that the family of Molefe is complaining about not knowing where was he detained. And I phoned around in Gauteng, started with Brigadier Nam and then Colonel Mukwen, and then Colonel Mukwen referred me to Witness A. I phoned Witness A. Witness A indicated to me they were with an attorney, just separated ways, and mentioned the name of attorney to be Tammy. And I ended it there and sent the feedback. But now, because I was, after I got a call for the invitation and I remembered that I'm going back to work, I said, okay, that feedback, that task I was tasked. I forgot one thing. I didn't ask what was this person arrested for. I wanted full information so that I give a full report. So that is what I indicated that day.
Okay, if you go to page 67 of that transcript, and I'm looking at from line 10, so 2 lines down from line 10.
Yes.
There you say, and then he is close to Malema, so Malema is close to Sabia, you see. So that is how this thing goes to say whatsoever, what. So I know even when he says I must come there, he wants to ask me, yes, I have sent you. So now what is happening whatsoever? So that himself, and I know that he is not looking for it to take to NASCOM. What were you referring to there?
Yeah, I was indicating that even though I was not going, but I know when I went there, the same feedback will be needed, will be asked.
Yes, and so it, according to witness A, that is how we understood it, that you didn't want to, one of the reasons you didn't want to go is because you were going to have to give feedback and you didn't want to give the feedback, and you were saying that General Sabia is not looking for feedback for the NASCOM, for the National Commissioner. And then in the next line, you say he's looking for it for this other side. Who is the other side?
Yeah, we indicated there is grouping
Yes.
in the police. So there is groupings, as we indicated at the beginning. Other group is him, other group is the others.
Right. So the other side is a grouping within the police force. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
You meant. You didn't mean that the other side is Mr. Molefe.
No.
So who in the police force would be the other side? Because we know there's the National Commissioner. So General Sabia can't be referring to the other side as himself. So which other side?
The other side is the police who are with him on the other side doing and his own grouping.
Who are you referring to, General? I don't know, because you say the other side. The way Witness A understood what you were saying is that you don't want this information for the National Commissioner, i.e. the police. You want it for the other side, being for Katiso Molefe. That's how he understood it. And I think that is how I understand it as well. You say you meant something else. So the other side cannot be General Sabia. You can't be referring to, General Sabia would want it for General Sabia's side. Who is the other side?
I prefer not to mention them.
No, General, you say, you see, there's something is being suggested. the witness believes that the other side is the Katiso Molefe people. That's what's being put to you. And if you say, I prefer not to answer, then that statement where the witness says, the other witness said, you were referring to the Molefe side, that becomes the last word on the topic. The whole point of this engagement with you is to give you the chance to explain yourself. You are the one that speaks of another side. And where someone else has said the other side is I think you said group of 5, where witness says it is the Molefe side. You are the one that said that. That's what the transcript is. You're the one that said the other side. Yeah. And you can't get away with saying, I prefer not to answer. And if you say you prefer not to answer, as a witness of the commission, in terms of the proclamation, you do, and the act, you do have an obligation to give an explanation. Why not?
Okay. As I indicated, as I was discussing informally with a colleague, and further gave information relating after the arrest to say that is why they are behaving like this. Further, I discovered that he was working, he was business partners with Bumswazi and the other 5 people. And that is what I was sharing with him, because I was knowing he's at the safe house. And now they have now consolidated, they can be able to follow whatever. Of the information. Yes, that one I indicated. That is why even when I was responding to the issue that I said General Sivia is related, or not related as such, I can't remember the question here, is
close.
Have ties with Katiso Molefe. I indicated I don't know of that. What I know is he gave me tasks to say I must follow up to find out the detention status of Mr. Molefe, because the family doesn't know. So all of this information I needed, it was to report back to say yes, he was detained somewhere where, and then the family found him, the attorneys went there, and everything is fine, and he was arrested for discharge. So hence I phoned that day. So the other side, it might be I was saying I don't believe it was the NASCOM who phoned to find out, or the complaint came to him. It might be coming from the family or other colleagues of his asking that. So I can't know who.
General, you say in this transcript, you don't say I believe, you say ngiyazi ukuthi akayifuneli ukuthi ayise lapha ku-NASCOM. So you say I know he doesn't want this information. Firstly, in fact, I think, let me read the beginning of that sentence, because I think it has a meaning other than what you are giving it, the first part of it. You say, so ngiyazi noma athi ngize lapho ufuna ukungibuza. So he's inviting me so that ufuna ukungibuza ukuthi ya ngikuthumile manje kwenzakalani whatsoever, so that naye and ngiyazi ukuthi akayifuneli ukuthi ayise lapha ku-NASCOM. So there are 2 things in this sentence. The one is, you say you know that he's inviting you so that he can ask you about what he sent you to go do. And then you say, but I know that he doesn't want this information for the National Commissioner. You know. And then the investigating officer says yes. You say family, you say Wifunela, this other side. Now it can't be the family, because the investigating officer has already said, the family has been told, the lawyer rather has been told. That's part of your earlier conversation. So you're not talking about the family when you say the other side. And if you want to say it is the police, you have to say who in the police. And unnecessary as it may appear, I think you should be reminded that we are required to investigate infiltration of law enforcement by criminal syndicates. You have, this whole discussion speaks about, mentions Mswazi, Katiso Molefe and others. So I don't think it's good enough, or it's going to be good enough for you to say, well, I don't know who's the other side. You're the one that speaks of the other side. You have to mention them. And if the commission has to go and interview them to find out what is their involvement with what you're discussing, then the commission has to do that.
Yeah. Commissioners, I was phoned by the general to say he received a complaint that the family doesn't know where the suspect is being detained. And I must establish the detention status. So that is what led me to phoning. So, yeah, the other side, it might be the family of the arrested person. Because the information I got from him, he indicated that the family doesn't know where he is. I hear that the response from the investigator was that the lawyer was there. And even that day I indicated it is funny that they don't know where else the lawyer is supposed to be briefed by them to go and look for the client, unless otherwise other people send him. So I will think the other side is the family.
General, sorry, let me give Commissioner Baloy the opportunity to finish her question. I'll come back.
Yeah, let me just complete this. General, you had already told him, reported to General Sibia, according to your evidence in chief. You first reported to General Sibia on the 7th of December, where you told him that that the lawyers have been told. You gave him that report. In your evidence in chief, you said you made a subsequent inquiry because you were going back to work and you wanted more information about this because you expected that when you go back to work on the 17th, General Sibia will require a further report. So here you now know that the lawyer knows about this, where this person is. It cannot be that your other side, it is the family. I think let's discount that. It's not the family. In fact, you have already said the family or the police. As you sit there, you've said two different things. So let's not hang your head on the family. You've already said the family or the police, and I've said to you, no, and you say I can't tell you who in the police. I don't want to disclose who in the police. So we are past the family. We are now where you say the police. And if that is your answer, you have to say who in the police. And if you stick with your response that I don't want to say it, you have to explain why not. You can't get away with, it can't be the end of the matter, you saying it's the police. Firstly, there's a dispute that it is the police. I also, in my reading of this, I don't accept that it is the police, the other side. But you insist it is the police. Let's go with your insistence. You insist. You say, I will not mention them. Maybe you do have a valid reason not to mention them. Maybe you do have a good reason why you are not mentioning them. But if you don't mention them, you have to give the reason.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we are going to conclude that you are not open and frank with us and you're not telling the truth because you don't give us an explanation why you won't disclose.
Yeah, I indicated the police because there is this thing that there is division, but I don't want to just mention a person because I think, and I don't have reasons to believe that they have got interest in that or whatever. Hence, I'm saying what I know for a fact is the family had interest. But yes, I know he's got police who are close to him, including myself. I'm quoted to be one who's close to him. But it was me who was supposed to report. So I said maybe the other side might be the police or the family. But for the police to say I can mention this, I will mention people who are working close with him, unnecessarily so mentioning them wrongfully for not this involvement or whatsoever.
Afternoon, General.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Remember when you started testifying last week, Thursday, you took an oath. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said you will testify truthfully.
Yes.
Yes. What frustrates me is that many times we've had witnesses taking oath before us, and then when it is their turn to give evidence, they play games with the commission. If there are safety issues, there are safety issues. We appreciate that. But you can't have a situation where 2 minutes earlier you say the other side is one faction of the police. And then when the same question is repeated, you say, oh, the other side is now the family. It means you are lying, because you can't have two different answers for the same question. It's either it's the police or it's the family. But that answer cannot change every minute or so. So I'm going to try this with you on the assumption that you have safety concerns and you don't want to mention people's names. Please go to page 66, the previous page from where we were. Are you there?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to the 16th of December 2024, because this reflects your state of mind and understanding of the facts on the date when the call was made. Do you see that from line 20?
Yes.
On page 4 of 12, it is page 66 of the bundle. You mention a group of people there.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, without mentioning their names, on page 67, when you said to witness A that you know that General Sibia is looking for this information for the other side, did you mean the people who are identified on page 66 from line 20? Is that the people you meant without mentioning their names? Yes or no?
I meant the family.
You meant the family?
Yes.
So you are sticking with the family?
Yes.
It is no longer his side of the subspection?
No.
So when you said it was his side of the subspection, you were lying to the commission?
I will take that.
No, I'm asking you, don't take anything. Were you lying to the commission when you said it is the one faction within SEPS? Were you lying to this commission?
No, I was thinking also about the faction, but I don't have facts to support that.
No. You said you read this transcript. Chair asked you, did you read the transcript? You said both the Zulu and the English version.
Yes.
And you knew you were going to be asked about this. So you came here prepared. When you were asked the question, who is the other side that is mentioned on page 67? When Advocate Ngube asked the question, you said it's the other faction within SEPS. 2 minutes later, Commissioner Baloyi asks you the same question, you say it's the family. That can only mean your first answer was not truthful. Was it not truthful?
When I said the faction?
Yes.
Yes.
So I must take it that you have lied to this commission and consequences should flow from that.
Yeah, let me concede like that.
Thank you.
So when you said that you wouldn't mention the people on this other side, did you mean it was the family you would not mention?
No, I was meaning on the side of the police.
Now, all of this, remember, was in the context of who this other side is. And you now say quite firmly that this other side is the family. So you can't talk about the police then. So my question is, when you said you wouldn't mention the people on this other side, did you mean it was the family that you wouldn't mention?
No, I meant the police.
What about the police? Because you've just categorically said now that this other side refers to the family. So the police have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, that is what I've just considered the commissioner to say. I don't have facts to say the police might have interest except the general. So if I mention the people who are linked to him, I'll be just painting them for no apparent reason because I don't have facts. Hence I turn back to say the people who complained actually was the family. So the other side is supposed to be the family.
No, General. It's one thing to say what I meant by this other side are the police, but the problem is I am not in a position to list them. It's one thing to say that, but it's quite another to say what I meant was the police, but I'm now changing because I am not in a position to list the police. Those are two different things.
Yeah, I tried to indicate like that. And yes, I have to concede because it was not taken that I lied, and then I must face the consequences. So I chose that.
Just to make sure I understand you. So when you said this, what you meant was the other faction of the police, not the family. Your difficulty now is just that you cannot list the police who are on this other side. But you meant the police.
Commissioner, that is what I meant earlier on. But when
when you said it, you meant
yeah, I meant
the other faction of the police.
Of the police, but
not the family.
When I couldn't,
sorry, General, not the family.
Yes.
Yes.
When I couldn't substantiate that, and I was going to...
And you are referring to today. When you can't substantiate it today,
and
you suddenly refer to the family.
I referred back because I was going to be held that I'm not wanting to answer correctly to the commission. So either that it was found that I lied, I accepted.
Ms. Sigels-Ncube, I'm left totally confused. Please continue.
Yes, Chair.
Can I just ask, General, if in this conversation, when you say ufunela this other side, if it is the family, why do you call them the other side? Why don't you just say the family? Because in fact, there would be nothing wrong if General Sibia was asking for the family to get this information. Why do you call them the other side, and why do you consider it an issue to a point where you mention to the investigating officer that I know when I go there, he's inviting me so he can ask me this? Why did you consider it a problem?
No, inviting, he used to invite, but the other side, as we were talking casually, and as I've just said to the commissioner, I was referring to his grouping. But now my difficulty is to indicate who at his grouping, and then I revert to say is the family, because the initial question, instruction was the family doesn't know where is the suspect, and I wanted more information to add to that to say he was arrested for this and that, because I forgot to ask that day.
Well, my question to you is, why do you refer to the family as the other side? The other side vis-a-vis who? When you say the other side, there are two sides
Yeah.
to this. When you say the other side, so maybe let me reframe the question. Who is on the one side?
It's the police.
Okay. And who's on the other side?
It's the perpetrator's family and friends.
So where you say the other side, you mean perpetrators, family, and friends. When you say he wants this for the other side, you mean that group. So you've identified the one side as the police, the second side, you say perpetrators, family, and friends. I accept if you say that is the other side, and maybe I don't have any further questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, we're only on the first aspect of the call, so I want to also ask you about, while we're on that, you will recall that I had asked you, I had put it to you that, I had put it to you that according to witness A, you had said that you were concerned about about refusing General Sabia's request, and that you were worried about the response that you had given General Sabia in respect of a response. Do you recall that? If you go to page 68 of the transcript, and if we can just start from the third line, but I asked myself that, okay, so I said, no, General, give me time. I will give feedback later, or else if you are in a hurry, you can phone Kumalo to send you the report. Myself, no. And then he says, investigating officer says yes. Then you say, so, but now I saw that I responded to him in a bad way, you see. I said, Aish, yes, I am also here because of his issue. So let me come back a little bit because some things also make me angry, you see. And I had put it to you that according to witness A, he understood you to mean here that your response to General Sabia initially, that if he wants feedback in a hurry, he must call Kumalo, and I'm assuming that is Mbuso Kumalo, General Mbuso Kumalo, is that correct?
Yeah.
And for a report, because you weren't going to give a hurried report, and that you then said you were worried about the fact that you had given that response to General Sabia because he is the one that is responsible for your promotion. Do you recall that I had said that's what witness A had said?
Yes.
And you denied that?
Yes.
Now, can I ask you, what is it that what you meant here on page 68, when you say so, but now I saw that I responded to him in a bad way, you see. I said, Aish, yes, I am also here because of his issue. What were you referring to there?
The issue of investigation, the issue of organized crime, the issue that I will be phoned any given time, I will have to respond to him. So I'm reporting to him and the DIFCOM. So anytime when they phone you, you need to be, even though I was not feeling well, that is the reason why I said he must, if he's in a hurry, because now I'm struggling, he can phone General Kumalo as the head in Gauteng, will be able to give prompt response. But I felt bad that I didn't respond quietly in respectful way to my senior.
Okay, but then what does it mean when you say that I am also here because of his issue? I don't know if the English translation is a bad translation of the vernacular, or but what does that mean?
I just explained, I'm there.
What issue? What's the issue?
The issue is about investigation, that if I'm needed, I'm running component. And when the DIFCOM or the DNC phones me, I need to promptly respond. On leave or not on leave, we are used to be phoned like that.
Okay,
Well,
because
sorry, before you
the
move
vernacular translation is on page 80. Yes, go ahead.
Want to do that?
You can do
I suspect I'm better than you.
far better.
Yes, General, at page 80, where you, in the Zulu transcript,
Page
80.
80.
This is the Zulu transcript. Oh, there is a Zulu transcript. So, you say at line 7, this is you speaking. You say, so manje ngoba ngabona ukuthi ungathi ngimuphendule kabi uyabona, full stop. Ngithi ya uyabona nami ngilapha ngoba ngendaba yakhe, full stop. So ithi ngibuyise, ngibuye kancane ngoba ezinye izinto zisuka nami zingiqasule uyabona. So in the Zulu version, in the Zulu version, you say after you told him that he should give you time, or if he's in a hurry, he should call Kumalo to get a report. You then had a rethink. You thought, you say, so manje ngabona ukuthi ungathi ngimphendule kabi. You thought, I've answered him badly or inappropriately. Ngathi uyabona nami ngilapha ngoba ngendaba yakhe, so ithi ngibuyise. This is you saying, let me speak differently, let me deal with it differently because I think I answered him badly. Ngibuye kancane, that's what it means. Ngibuyise ngibuye kancane ngoba izinye izinto zisuke nami zingiqasule uyabona. So in this version, in the Zulu version, you express regret in how you responded to him. You spoke badly, and then you thought, let me pull myself back, let me speak differently, or let me deal with it differently. Now that sentence where you say, because nami ngilapha ngoba ngendaba yakhe, what it reads like in context, it reads like, I am in the position that I hold now of head of crime, of a head of organized crime. I'm in this position because of him. And there I am, I spoke badly to him, or I spoke disrespectfully to him. Let me pull back and speak and deal with it differently. That's what in context that line appears to be.
Yeah, I as I indicated, I serve on his and the DIFCOM's behest.
Do what?
I serve as a component aide on the behest of them, under the two. So I explained, for you to be promoted, there is a short listing of a post which is available. And then there is candidates. And in those candidates, they go for test and go for verbal interview. And I indicated here that, yes, he was the chairperson. And with him, there was the divisional commissioner, crime detection. And there was the provincial commissioner of Western Cape, General Patekile. There was the...
Please, General, don't give us the entire process.
There was also
please,
delegation from NPA.
Just a minute, General.
Yeah.
Please answer the question directly. When you say that nilapha ngoba ngendaba yakhe, I'm here because of him, the question by Commissioner Baloyi is, by that, do you mean you are now holding the position that you hold because of General Sibiya?
No.
All right, what do you mean then?
I mean...
But can you please cut down on the entire promotion process?
Yeah, because I was responding to that because that is what was insinuated, trying to show that he cannot alone promote. And then there were candidates, there were panel members including people from outside.
So the short answer is there was a thoroughgoing promotion process, and
Yes.
that is what put you where you are.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I said I serve on his
But-
behest.
General, you recall I had asked you earlier in your evidence, and just to give context, when you took the acting position of component head, that was General Sabia's position before he was promoted to DNC, correct?
Yes,
And General Sentimule had recommended you for the acting position, correct?
General Sintumle recommended and he approved.
Yes, but in your statement, you said the two of them approached you to take over that position because they didn't have someone because he had been promoted, General Sabia had been promoted to DNC.
Yes,
Okay, so in that context, he's recommended you together with General Sentimule, and it was his former position before he was promoted to DNC, correct?
I said he approved the recommendation by General Sintumule.
Thank you, General.
Yes.
Chair, I see that it's 5 o'clock. We are
How
definitely...
how much longer do you think you'll be? Because,
Chair, we...
yes.
long, I must say. I thought that the call would be quick, but if the general is going to answer every question like this, we're going to be a while.
May we see counsel outside? Let's adjourn very briefly. Oh, General, we thought the long that Ms. Sigels-Ncube mentioned was not that long, but during the discussion outside, it turns out that it's actually very long. So we've decided to adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.